Welcome back, everybody. And hopefully my sound's actually working because I've tried the last two times and I had to restart the device. And I already tested it out on Instagram and it was working, my mic. So I don't know why it wasn't working on the YouTube side. I restarted the device too. So welcome back to this late night stream with me. I might as well put in on the side chat. Can you hear me? Because I put that on the side chat. Because it's so weird because I can see the indicator working and I can hear my headset. That's why I was playing the daydreaming background music. Please tell me it's working. Oh my gosh, thank you, Idaho Gar. I don't know why it was working. I thought it was good because, I can hear the StreamYard music playing, right? I was like, oh, I must be connected to the headset, right? Because I can hear myself. All right. Thanks, Idaho Girl. Because I was like, I just retried it. I was like, it didn't work again. So I'm like, okay. So I restarted my phone. I was just like, I don't know why it did that. It was so confusing. I had people saying, "Is this a silent stream? Is CR here?" Because I was just like, I'm talking. I'm like, sometimes I hate that. Sometimes I just like the only thing I really did was I think I entered. I didn't fully enter in the stream, or I sort of did. I put my phone on to like standby, like display off. I'm like, yeah. I'm glad the restarting it did help. Ugh. I gotta remember that for the next stream to make sure the audio's working. And that's good enough. That's good enough, Idaho Girl. I have the music really down low. It's just so I can just hear it. It's just so I know I'm still connected to the headset, since I don't have panel members to relay that information back to. I appreciate it. I appreciate you taking the time to drop by and giving me some feedback. See, that's the thing, right? On these live streams, if you can't hear or something, you always check your side, refresh. But if it's still like that, you need to relay it to the host of the channel, right? Because sometimes if I'm not playing back the stream personally on my side, then I had no idea about the volume because I would just be guessing. Now I had this nice intro lined up for a stream like this. I was just like, well, that just went out the window. Oh, see the life of a content creator, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need someone to troubleshoot for me here. I don't know, girl. Where's the geek squad? Maybe they can help me out and figure that out. I swear it's probably because I put my phone to standby in that one spot, in that one area. But yeah. So hopefully the people that actually were in the previous two test trials that I've tried to do that they can hear me, hopefully they'll come back. That's why I said I'm restarting my device. I'm trying again because I keep trying this. I can't. I'm not just gonna let this go. Yeah, yeah. I know. Hogarth girl. Yeah, it's all good. How are things going with you? Hopefully things are going better than what I was experiencing like 10 minutes for the last like 10 minutes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because it was so weird. Because I went even before I restarted my phone, I went over to Instagram to send a voice note to someone who was actually in my stream. Right, I'm like, yeah, and I heard it back. All right, I'm like, I can hear my mic on Instagram on a voice note. Why isn't it picking up on the StreamYard side? So I'm like, because I even shut down the web browser and restarted the web browser, right? And then that didn't fix it. So I'm like, okay, I'll restart the phone. Obviously that's helped. So I was just like, uh, technology is nice when it works. When it works. When it doesn't work, I just, you want to pull your hair out. Why is this working? Uh, yep. So where are these people that were here like 5 minutes ago? But they would come back. Everyone should know that I'm gonna keep trying until it doesn't, unless it's not working at all. Then I would leave a community board tab on on my YouTube side and saying, I don't know why the live stream's not working. Sorry in advance. I would say something so you guys would know what's going down. Things are going pretty well. Yeah. Hopefully that all works out for you. I don't have the live chat replay available after the stream's done. I mean, the chat is available right now while the stream's live, but I don't have the live chat replay available after on the replay because I didn't check it off because I was doing it real quick, setting up this resetting back up the stream for the third time. So yeah, everyone, see, sometimes us content creators have issues too. You know, when you go live, things can happen. You have issues or something like that. So yeah, it's just one of those things, right? Yeah. How's that gardening going down for growing for you at whole garden girl? Hopefully things are going well. Yeah, there we go. See, now she's here. See, I sent you a voice note before I left, right? Right after the first trial of it that failed, I was just like, why is this working on Instagram? Right. Then I'm like, okay, I restarted the web browser, right? Shut it down, restarted it, right? I'm like, okay, let's try that. That didn't work on the test too. Someone's like, I still can't hear you, Sierra, in the comment section when I wrote, can you hear me? So I'm like, okay, the only other option is to restart the device, right? I was like, thank goodness that worked. Or else I would start pulling my hair out because I'm supposed to have a live stream tomorrow on Sunday, by the way, 1 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. I feel like I'm just repeating myself. I know, exactly, Lisa. Straight up those technical problems, right? Because I usually don't have issues like that. I think I need to remember not to put my phone into standby in certain parts of the menu when I'm entering in the stream. I think that's probably why that happened. I should have known better. It's like I almost feel like I've done this before. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Some of those how to live stream videos kind of forget to mention what something like this happening, right? Something you don't get until it actually happens. You're like scratching your head. You're like, what the? Why is this happening, right? Right. So, when in doubt, restart the whole phone. Okay, then. Okay. Well, hopefully that all works out for you. I know what girl. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like this is a late night chit chat with me. Oh, I guess I should actually introduce this. This is a late night chit chat with me, whatever. I just chit chat about different things going on, right? There's no real specific topic. Hey, I could jump into gardening, I can jump into editing, whatever, right? This is more open ended, right? No specific topic. It's wherever the chatters. Yes, chatters. You're my chatters. Yes, yes. That's what I'm going to call my side chat now. The chatters. The chatter people over on the side chat. Yeah. I'm going to call you guys the chatters. It's got CR in it. Yeah. They're coining that. So I welcome all my chatters on the side chat right now. And everyone viewing this on the replay later on and probably wondering what happened to his stream earlier. Yeah. I had to delete those other two right away. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see autocurrent. Yeah, you just need some a little helping hand, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been trying to give a hand to someone else too. I mean, I had to before I started the stream. Well, actually, earlier before sunset, I had to go water the garden too. So I had to do stuff like that. I just quickly gave it some water, which is quite funny because I had a sprinkle of rain after. But at least I know the ground's wet out there. That's for sure. It's definitely not dry. Yeah, so hopefully. I'm glad that's working now. Oh, okay. I see. Idaho Girl Girl. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I think I'm a little behind this season this year. I think it's because May I didn't get as much sunshine and the temperatures were a little bit cooler at night during the day than usual because of this rain and showers and cloudy skies. Like, don't get me wrong, I've gotten sunshine and I've seen above 70 Fahrenheit, above 21 Celsius. However, only like, let's say today's the 26th on a Saturday of the time of this replay for everyone catching this or the stream. I've only probably seen a couple of days above 20 Celsius, 21 Celsius, 70 Fahrenheit. So, yeah, hopefully, hopefully I'll be able to catch back up. So this year my gardening season's gonna be a little bit slower for me. Hopefully I'll be able to catch it back up. Hopefully I can catch it back up. Because I technically saw snow on the last day of April. I was just like it disappeared real fast, but they delayed it. Then we got some warmth for a few days. Then it went the temperature plummeted a little bit lower. I mean, I actually saw +1 last week for an overnight temperature. So yeah, was a little bit on the cool side to leave anything out there. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I got stuff started, but they're not in the ground per se, right? I have a few things in the ground right now, but it's not quite as um as much growth in comparison to the 2023 season at this time. Because at this time last year, at this time I already had probably a much taller sunflower. I think I already had the tomatoes out there in the bed. I don't even got. They're still in the containers, just sitting, waiting for me to like transplant them, and I gotta transplant them eventually soon. Yeah, see, exactly. You too, Idaho Garga. Yeah, yeah. Now it's a warm on for you on my. Yeah, you need to get. Yeah, exactly. Because at this rate, like we only got this last week of May, right? So, and in June, July, August, so the next 90 days after this month's done is gonna go by pretty quickly for what it is, right? And of course, we don't know what's gonna show up in September, October, right? It could cool off, and we could get that frozen white rain again. And I'll be like, wow. So I think, yeah, yeah. So hopefully I'll be able to catch back up a little, or at least be on par on for June. Hopefully. On the bright side of things, at least there's rain. At least it's not totally dry outside. And we've had forest fires here on the northwestern side of the country right now, so some of the precipitation is helping people. So I guess on the bright side, there's no haze in the sky or smoke in the sky. You know, cross my fingers that it holds up for a little bit long, for a little bit longer. Yeah. What's up, Scott and Steve? How are you doing, man? Thanks for taking the time to drop in. I'm glad you didn't catch me earlier when my microphone was apparently not working the last two times I tried to stream. I had to restart the stream twice and delete those previous two because they were just gone show on that one. Yeah, I'm further north than you are. That's for sure. Yeah, and I don't have the nice temperate climate like growing on Vancouver Island does here with her. No, it's all good. It's all good, SD. This is just a chit chat, a late night chit chat with you. I appreciate you taking the time to drop it. Give some time. Seriously, I thought I charged my headset. See, now my headset's dying too. I might as well just use the built-in mic now. Where's my battery on my phone's charged? I swear this better be working. After everything here. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. You guys can still hear me, right? Give you a 5x5. You can still hear me right now. After everything that happened, now I can always double check. Can everyone hear me? I'm not sure. I don't have the stream playing in the background on a separate device. Yeah, thanks, Idaho girl. Yeah, apparently I need to charge my headset too. Go figure. If it's not me, if not the microphone not working for some reason, now my headset needs to be recharged again. I'm like, yeah, so typical, so typical. Oh yes, I'll just randomly do a live stream. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'll have fun. I'll be able to talk to everyone, reconnect with everyone. Not if my microphone's not working. Not if my headset starts dying on me right away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because that's what happened. And that's the truth. Ah, what's up, Jay? How's it going, man? Hopefully you have had a bite to eat today, man. Or you been? Have you been able to eat something today, Jay? Hopefully you've been able to get some food in your system. How's your GF doing? How's she doing? By the way, I'm assuming it's you. By the way, because I can't. Well, yeah, said sub man. I'm pretty sure it's you. What's up, James? James, how are you doing, man? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to make sure I'm projecting towards the phone. At least it's not too soft. Right? You can always lower the volume, but like, it's hard to raise the volume if it's already at max. Sorry, I'm just trying to project towards into the phone. Uh, let's see. Yeah, James. I know I missed one of her videos. I saw her earlier today on a different live stream. I'm pretty sure she's back. She's probably just taking some time off. I mean, she obviously, if you've seen her post, she has some issues, so I think she's trying to straighten it back up. Hopefully, maybe she'll be back tomorrow on Sunday. Yeah, because I haven't seen her actually do for MRE's meals ready to eat type of live stream for a while. Yeah, okay, I got you, Jay. Yeah. Oh yeah, now that I'm going live. Oh yeah, everyone wants to message me now. Go figure. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Yeah, but dude, you still gotta get some in your system, man. You still need the energy to go do those walks and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I want to say straight up, your girlfriend did a good job in that video. By the way, what did was good. You guys took her anyways. I didn't see if you did anything, but maybe you were the cameraman behind the scenes. But yeah, yeah, you guys did something good out there. Yeah, I saw that. I left a comment over there straight up right away. Right. Because for anyone that doesn't know, for anyone that hasn't seen some of the content I posted in the past, right, would relate to that. Yeah, because I see a bunch of crap out there too at times on the ground. Still, 4 years later, and we're still. I don't know why I still see these litters of masks on the ground. Still, after 4 years later, like literally, we can't like forget about it because it's always on the ground, lingering on the ground. I've already talked about that kind of stuff before in the video. Ugh, still see it. Still seeing it around. I don't know why. Especially, especially when I see like there's a trash bin, garbage bin, like not even 10 feet away. I'm like, seriously? I know the wind carries crap around and stuff like that, but come on. We have these bins around or whatever for a reason, right? Uh, anyways, I don't want to rant on this about that because I can do that later. Uh, let's see, where am I at? You had okay. No, no, no. That's all cool, SD man. If you're driving out there, folks, right? Just listen, right? Pull over, make a comment, and keep going on, right? I don't, I would not want to force you to comment while you're driving, right? Distracted driving, right? I have, you know, because yeah, Safety first, right? Right, right. I don't want to hear some random story down the road. Metaphorically speaking, and literally. Well, clearly in this stream, I should have just named this stream "Telling the Truth." I mean the truth, because the truth's just coming out right here. Yeah. Let's see, where am I at? I like how I have like five people in here, and I'm just shooting the breeze. There's no real topic. I'm just rambling on about something. Impromptu live stream. This is not a planned live stream. There's not even a real topic yet. I'm talking about commenting and doing a random stream. Why not? Right? But this is a late night chit chat with me. And of course, this is a time to give some of my viewers, my subscribers out there, people that follow me, a chance to join me in a live stream if they're unable to join me during the daytime when I do some of these daytime versions of live stream. Because I know people are busy at work, other things, and yada yada, right? So this is why I vary up the live stream time to give other people a chance to join me, right? Then haven't been able to join me because they've been busy during the day yet. Oh, hey, CR's live right now. I get some time right now, for whatever reason, right? Some people are just driving back home or something like that. It gives some of you an opportunity to chime in, chit chat on the side chat, comment randomly, like I do at times. Oh yeah, because I literally type in commenting randomly. You get it? Starts with C and an R. Yeah. Yeah, SD. Yeah, one of these days, man. You know, when you have the time again, right? I know, obviously, when you do go live, certain other things you don't do at that time, right? But you know, because obviously you're not making a big racket in the background, right? I mean, I'm not even really showing anything. I'm just blabbing on or continuously rambling on. Some people call it, or as I call it anyway. Yeah, see, I don't know. Yeah, I missed that. It's because I probably said it and no one heard me, but like I said, I was in another live stream, so I didn't have my subscription feed open, and I didn't refresh it. I was doing something else in between too, so I didn't see it. If I saw it, I would have tried to jump in. All right, tried to give you some of my time. All right, I really do enjoy when you guys go live. There's something about that interaction, that real time interaction, right? That you don't really. The next best thing is to do a panel together or be on the phone, right? Because it's totally different doing more real time interactions in terms of communication with people. Or yeah, and we could chit chat on a side chat or in a text messages or with words. But like I've said to other people in the past, it's not as fast, right? Because I gotta wait for you. If I write "How are you," I gotta wait for you to reply. If we were talking or panel or you're listening to me, we're getting more real time interaction through it, right? So I can the communication can go a lot more smoothly, and I'm not waiting for a reply again. I guess I'm old school like that, right? The young kids out there that are always like they're quick to write shorthand text messages, you know, send emojis that just say itself, right? I'm still old school. I like to chat as on a phone or through chatting, like voice, because there's certain things you can express more in a voice or in real like face to face that you don't get in per se in a text message without uh air quotes. If I'm just kidding, if I'm saying a joke or whatever, I'm like, I'm just kidding, right? you can hear me say that, you can hear that expression, but if I put it in a chat, I have to write LOL, JK, right? So you know I'm just kidding, right? Because if I write something, you'll be like, is he trying to be serious or is he joking around, right? So I gotta identify. I gotta be a little bit more clear about writing JK, so you know I'm just kidding around, right? Messing around, kind of making a joke. At least I'm old enough to remember a rotary phone. Yeah. I'll just say it like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't girl and girl, right? I mean, remember, there's a StreamYard delay, let's say about 30 seconds, right? From what I say to when you guys actually hear what I just said, right? So in 10 seconds, see, if I told you guys to write the number 10 right now, how, wait, let's see how long it takes for you guys to write the number 10 on the screen. It's probably gonna be 20 seconds, 30 seconds, right? You can actually increase that delay if you really wanted to, right? There's, what's it called? There's a setting on the YouTube side. You can't do it on the streamer side about latency, right? So it would say ultra, ah, ultra, I'm trying to remember, but there it would say something for more real time interaction. You would see it on the YouTube side when you go into the settings for the stream, right? You don't get that on the streamer side. You have to set it up for the YouTube side for that. Hey, what's up, Bob? How are you doing, man? Nice to see you again. Don't fire me, Bob. Don't fire me. By the way, you already did that 3 times. You already did that earlier. How many times can Bob fire me in one day? Too many times, probably. You know what, Jay? I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, sometimes not every stream's gonna be exciting, right? Not every stream I'm always gonna be serious. Sometimes it'll be more like this where I'm joking around, just reconnecting with you folks out there, right? Sharing a few things every so often. Maybe we share a couple of laughs, right? Well, I'll do the laughing and I'll just see you guys write LOL or LMAO or blah 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 blah. All those other acronyms that represent that kind of stuff. Yeah, see, look at that. Now I see the 10 on the screen. Look how long that took. Look how long that took for that real time interaction, right? Yeah. Really? 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 Oh, I must be older than you are. I must be older than she is. Or something. Yeah. Yeah. I know, right? It's Bob's job to fire me. All those are inside jokes, by the way. You have to see the stream, the panels that we're on or whatever with some other people at times. I mean, every so often you'll see me throw them out. Sometimes, every so often, try to diffuse some tension or throw some humor in there, right? A little laughter every so often is good for the spirit, right? Couple of laughs, you know. Always remembering to have a good time too, right? Life's always about, you know, preparedness is about being serious, being ready, and proactive, right? But sometimes you gotta still enjoy life too, right? Enjoy the laughs too, right? Enjoy the time you spend with people, right? Like how I'm enjoying the time spending with you guys, you folks, well, guys and gals out there, young and old, you know, pro. Well, actually, all you, only one person here is from Canada. The rest of you are from the U.S. Yeah, it's your job description straight up, right? Right? Hey, Bob, what do you do on your channel? I do a little this, a little bit of that. I fire CR every so often on Saturdays. He's always asking for it. He always has to nail those funny things, and I always gotta fire him for it and all that stuff. Yeah.
happens every so often. It's almost like a random gag now. Like everyone even says it now. It's like, Sierra, if Bob was here, he would fire you. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm just seeing if he's listening. Maybe he's in the back working, just listening. It's like he'll come in and be like, "You're fired." Then, hi everyone. Uh, yeah, it's an inside joke, SD. Yeah, I don't even know that acronym. Some of these acronyms at times I gotta learn what they actually mean, right? I know there's probably a website you can go to that lists all these acronyms and what they could potentially mean, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't mind writing shorthand when actually people know what talking about, right? But shorthand doesn't work when the recipients or you folks out there, the watchers, listeners, there are people in the chat, side chat, or whatever, don't know what that means. It's like, what's that mean? And you're like, huh? Right? I mean, some of these things I just had to pick up just because I had to ask. I'm like, what does this mean? Right? I mean, some people, I mean, there is, I think even on the YouTube side, I think, nowadays, especially if you've been on the YouTube side or like just chit chatting with people, with other people, people understand, you know, someone returns, you write WB for welcome back, right? Yeah. But some of these just write themselves. People could kind of just get understand it, right? I mean, sometimes I'll write shorthand. I'll be like, some people just get it right, but then other people are because the context of what I'm saying. But then other people are like, "What's this mean?" Right? Oh, it's like, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, now I get it. Okay, okay, see, yeah." Sometimes I gotta remember not to always write shorthand at times because I'm trying to type it out fast, right? To get that uh, comment out right away so you can see the host or the panel members can see it right away. So yeah, sometimes I'm just typing it real fast. Hey, take care, SD. Oh yeah, see, I look how you put the CR in there. Yeah, yeah. Take care, man. it's just, it's just part of the show. The show must go on, everybody. I'm pretty sure 29. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. It doesn't really matter anyways, right? It doesn't matter. I know people younger, older, or whatever, it doesn't matter, right? As long as you're a good person, we have something to chat about, share some laughs, share some time together, right? It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Let's see. I should just hide. Where's that called? Yeah, right there. Sierra's a professional entertainer. Bunch of emoji faces. I don't know about that. I'm just winging it. Just winging it. There's not even. You see my description, what it says? Chit chat, and there's like an emoji type of thinking thing. Because I'm thinking about what to say for this, right? I barely gave any notification for the first two times I tried to start the stream. No one can hear me for some reason. I had to restart my device to ultimately get everyone to hear me. Thanks to Idaho Garden Girl, who was the first one here, or else I wouldn't know if anyone could hear me without replay. I'm playing it back on a separate device, whatever, TV or phone or laptop, whatever. Just because usually I do double check that sometimes, right? Maybe I'll do that on my next live stream and make sure I'm actually being heard. Yeah, and not assume things, right? Yeah. Sometimes that's why you get into trouble. Assuming stuff is working. Assuming people it's not workout, right? That's how you get burnt. And you realize it's like, great. 10 minutes in the stream, but no one heard me for the last 10 minutes. All right. Hence that's why, every time when I'm on the side chat with people, right? If there's issues with audio or video, right? Sometimes I'll be like, is that just a bleep in, a glitch, whatever you want to call it? I refresh. Sometimes I'll be like, man, it's still there. So then I'll say something. I'll say something on the side chat and be like, well, something in the audio or whatever, right? Just to make sure it's not just a fluke, a temporary glitch in the transmission of the signal of the data out there, the voice, the, the video, right? Because sometimes if people are just on their channel without panel, right, and they don't have a device playing back the live stream, so they can verify that it's good that not a good signal, but the people that can hear the video is good if they're showing video, right? So that feedback is important to the host. So I always appreciate people that give me that kind of feedback because, like I said, unless I'm playing it back, I have no idea how it sounds. You know, yeah, because I can hear my own voice right now because I'm talking out loud randomly. I feel like I'm just talking to myself randomly out loud. Oh, whatever, whatever. Social experiment, my yeah, right. No, that was no experiment. That was definitely no experiment. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, an experiment that I didn't even know was going on until I realized it. And people, I can't hear you, CR. I can't hear you. I'm like, what? What? I can see my icon doing this ring thing that you see on this on the screen right now, right? This echo type of thing that you see on your icon do, right? I was like, I gotta be good, right? I can even hear the StreamYard background music that I had playing, right? I don't know. That's so weird. I don't know why my mic didn't. Sometimes the tech, right? But then I've also learned sometimes the easiest thing to do is to just restart the device and try again. Right? Sometimes, or like sometimes I'll have issues with like calls or whatever, right? And I'm like, sometimes it's easier instead of trying to figure it out, which is restart or I'll call you back kind of deal, right? You know, it's sometimes 99% of the time that just fixes everything and so much quicker than trying to figure out why is this working, go into settings, all that stuff, right? Because obviously I did that first, right? I'm well versed in the tech to know that to check the settings, right? I'm like, yes, it's connected to my headset, right? And all this other stuff, you know. I closed down the web browser that's running the StreamYard side, right? And I'm like, I tried it again, that didn't work. I'm like, oh, screw it, I'll just have to restart the device, restart the phone, right? And stuff like that. I mean, like, I've learned stuff like that using a laptop, desktop, right? Sometimes it's just like, sometimes it's like, just restart it, right? I mean, even a broadband router that gives you internet connection, right? Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you actually have to restart that too. And so there's what's the word that they use? Fatigue. Right? Sometimes I've had issues with that, right? That's always these like tech support or something be like, "Did you try restarting it? Did you try restarting your device?" So it's one of those things I've learned a long time ago. Yeah. All right. I really hope my headset's more charged now. Isn't it's gotta be long enough. I really hope my headset's charged. Let's try this out. My headset back on. I think I actually have to. So yeah, I think I have to go back into the settings and change that on. No, it's paired to my headset. The mic. All right. Hopefully this is actually you can hear me too. Because if this ain't working randomly, I'd be like, what? Give me a 5x5 or indicator to show me that you can still hear me. Because I'm using headset now. Because I swear if it's not working, I'll be like, really? Because that would make no sense whatsoever. Can you hear me, everyone? Because it's weird. Because I know because this is the reason why I have the audio background music playing just a tad. It's just so I can visually, audibly is not a word here. So I can hear it. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. See, this is the kind of feedback that's I always appreciate, right? I think our content creators would appreciate that too, right? Because sometimes it's just like I've seen streams out there where the title of the stream is
tester, right, or something like that. Oh, or they say right in the beginning, I'm just testing out the connection, seeing how well it works, or whatever, right? And I always just jump into those real quickly, just to give a hand to the content creator or whoever it is, right? Some of them you might have seen me in or whatever, just because they're just looking for feedback, right? They're just making sure testing it for real, right? I'm like, yeah, I'll help you test this out because if I'm trying to test something out, it's good to get feedback on it so you can be like, okay, you can troubleshoot it better, right? But when you don't have information to rely on, it's kind of hard to troubleshoot when you don't have information to rely on, right? Because when you're troubleshooting, you're always trying to eliminate variables. Like, is it because of this? Because of that, right? Is it software? Is it the hardware not working, right? So, and I know things like sometimes restarting your device, like a phone or laptop, right? Try that first, at least, right? Sometimes that just fixes things just for some reason it does. So yeah. What I was gonna say was I have no topic for this stream. It's just a chit chat. I feel like I just said for the last like 40 minutes talking about like me complaining about why my stream wasn't working earlier and the importance of communicating in the side chat and all that. Oh, and reconnecting with you folks because you guys, without you guys and gals out there, you people out there, well, I just be talking to thin air. People would just be hearing me just ramble on and on like right now. So without you guys out there listening to giving some feedback, give me something to show on screen, right? Um, oh wait, I forgot. I forgot to put my camera back around. Oops. I was about to say, how'd you know? How did you know? How did you know? How did you know? I'm actually sitting in the kitchen right now. How did you know? Are you psychic? Are you psychic, Lise? Are you psychic? You just like knew it's like, or is it because like I'm so like hyped up or whatever, right? Actually, I was tired earlier. I feel like I just got a second wind on doing stuff. Anyways, on a more serious thing here. On a more serious thing here. I might as well do some late night kind of stuff here. Get stuff out of the blue. Actually, I need to. One of the things I actually have to do. Yeah. You must be psychic, right? You must be psychic. That that ESP stuff, extrasensory perception. Yeah. Hey, I feel like I actually know some of those acronyms at times. Yeah. No, actually, I gotta remember to set up my not set up my stream, but more get some stage props ready for my next live stream. Yeah. So if you randomly see something on screen, I must be randomly sneak peeking it in to entice everyone to join me on Sunday's live stream, which is going to be a little way more serious than what I'm talking about right now. This is just chit chatting randomly to people, reconnect with some of you folks out there, right? Because, like I said earlier, sometimes I haven't been able to connect with some of you on my channel, on my live stream, right? For whatever the reason is, because you're busy when I do these daytime live streams, or you're just simply not available on that day. So, so I decided to do a late night Saturday stream. Why not? Why not? Why not? I feel like I had some time, and I can always use some WT at times too. Oh, you're having chicken soup? Oh, that sounds good right now. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So you're kind of half and half. Right? Okay. I see. I see. I see. I see, at least. Yeah, I see. I see. I see. Yeah. No. On a serious note, yeah, I just had coffee. Actually, I'm pouring out the coffee beans into the coffee grounds into this container that I keep the coffee grounds in until I'm ready to put them out in the ground. So basically, I'll just explain it. Basically, these are already dry, so I'm putting wet grounds in because I've been experimenting with this too. So I have wet grounds surrounded by a bunch of dry coffee grounds. And basically, what I do is just because it's in like a pan. Actually, this is like a cookie tin. Basically, I just mix it around. Because basically, what happens is the dry grounds will stick to the wet grounds, and I just basically just spread the wet grounds around in the dry stuff, and it helps to absorb the excess moisture from the wet grounds, right? Because it acts like a sponge and pulls that moisture away from the wet ground. That way, I can just kind of store this in dry state, at least for now. Because the thing is, I've tried, you cannot store coffee grounds in a wet state. I mean, it's one thing to put it in a compost bin right away, right? But stuff grows on it, and I don't like to handle that when I'm trying to broadcast it out into the garden later. It's still fine for the garden, don't get me wrong, but I just don't want to handle that on my hands because I would have to wash my hands after and all that stuff. So I just avoid that. And besides, it's easier for me to broadcast out, like spread out the coffee grounds onto the ground when they're dry. Because when it's in a wet state, it clumps a lot more. So I don't get good coverage on my broadcast, on my nice, right? When I go fling my hand out. So this is what I start to do now. And basically now these I just mix it around with my finger. And basically, like I said, the dry grounds will pull the moisture away from the wet grounds because they're in a dry state, right? So the water will get sucked out and it'll just dry out for myself. Here, I'll even show you guys real quick what I mean here. I've already shooken this up, but see, let's see here. So I got a little bit of wetness right here, but I just pour it in there and just shake it around, stir it around a little, and in time this will dry quite nicely. That's how I've been doing it for a while now. Oh, okay, that is okay. Okay, I was okay because I thought you said it was warm out. I don't know. I was like, I thought you were just not feeling well or just wanted some. But yeah, I guess that explains. I guess that explains it. Okay, but yeah, basically now I just kind of shake it in the pan. It's kind of whatever now. Because like I said, the moisture will get pulled away from the wet grounds into the dry grounds because it gets coated with the dry grounds. And basically, if I stir it with my finger, it separates the wet grounds, and then in time, it just dries out. And I can store this until I'm ready to use it, whatever. Because right now, like, for anyone that doesn't know, I don't actually compost here, technically. Because for two reasons. It takes a lot of space to actually have a designated compost bin. And I just feel like I don't have enough material at times to make a substantial hot compost. Like I know you can cold compost, right? But if I want to compost in the wintertime, I need a lot of material to keep that hot enough so it doesn't freeze, right? And it's kind of hard. It might be kind of hard for me to compost when it's like minus 30 Celsius, minus 40 Celsius in the middle of January and February. And that might be a little bit tough. I mean, I've seen people talk about composting in the cold when it's just like minus 15, let's say minus 17 Celsius or Fahrenheit. But it gets colder than that here. I just feel like I might as well just wait until the spring. I might as well just wait until the spring. Because the only decompositions that happen that in that cold of a temperature is probably very, very little, just because for anyone that hasn't know about the food safe zone of stuff, right? Between I think what 20 Celsius to 60 Celsius, give or take, right? That's the zone where microbes like bacteria can double in size real rapidly because especially if there's moisture because there's enough warmth. If it's like fridge temperature, it slows it down. If it's below freezing, microbe activity stops. It doesn't kill it. If you went above 60 Celsius to that boiling point, right, where it will start to quote unquote kill microbes, hence, pasteurization, boiling water, right? So if it's below freezing, it just stops. The cycle of the reproduction of the microbes stops. But they're still there. It doesn't kill it. Something I remember from like my home ec class a long time ago. We're making, yeah. You have a worm bin? Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should try that Idaho girl. Maybe one of these days. I think I've heard the worms like coffee grounds. I think I've heard that before. Add some great into their system, but we'll see. We'll see. See, the thing is, I would have to keep that going too, right? Even in the winter. I just don't know if I can keep those going even when it's minus 30 out, right? Right? What happens if you have an unheated place, right? And honestly, I'm not sure if I want to get inside, right? So I'm just doing this kind of more chop and drop type of method of recovering these resources. So, because well, it's either chop and drop or it's also known as cut and drop, but there's two different ways of saying the same thing. Basically, you kind of increase the surface area and drop it in place, pretty much in a nutshell, right? And in time, it'll decompose into the ground. In time, it might not look aesthetically pleasing at first because it's just on the ground, right? But in time, it'll just kind of fade away, and in time, it'll add some fertility into the ground. In time, you know, especially if you increase the surface area for the microbes, uh, bugs, ants, beetles. Help me here, Idaho Gurgle. You're much more uh, uh, knowledgeable about insects than I am, right? Insects like that, the microbes, the microscopic organisms to break it down, the fungi to kind of help break it down. So, because you've increased the surface area substantially. So instead of a one big mass of biomass or organic material, let's say a banana peel, if I even if I just quickly cut it up with a pair of scissors, yeah, that increases the surface area so much more, right? And of course, I just spread that out and just let nature, the bugs, the microbes do the work for me. And in time, like I said in the feeding the microbe video, right? Feed the soil to feed the plants that in time will feed me. Well, hopefully me. Okay. It slows down in the winter, but the worms don't die, and they just get going in the spring. Okay. It's the wall that's shared by a host. Okay, so some heat gets through the wall and keeps the worm alive. Okay, not very active, but alive. Okay, okay. Well, perhaps maybe I'll give that a try and give that a turn in time. Hmm. Yeah. Well, technically, well, I haven't shown you guys. Well, I never showed you guys because randomly I didn't actually have my phone with me while I was doing it because I was charging it. Right. I have been able to see some worms out there again. There's these like I was transplanting, so like I didn't. Sorry, I didn't bring you guys along to show you, but you'll have to take my word for it. But in the spot, for anyone that didn't see me chop and drop some leaves from last season back in, well, that was in October, but you would have saw it in November at the time of the release being public. But in that spot that I dropped the leaves, I've seen the worms in that area. So, and the worms in time will add aeration into the ground because they're making tunnels throughout the soil system. I was about to say solar system. No, soil system of the ecosystem of the ground that I have in out there, right? Because obviously a garden bed is like a mini ecosystem, you know, that has stuff in it, active biological life. Now I have plants there too and stuff like that, right? So I'm hoping that that's a good sign. I'm hoping that's a good sign for what it is, right? Because at least I know worms do add aeration into the ground, right? Because they're they're barrel they're digging holes throughout the system, right? So they're making little pathways for water to get in, oxygen, carbon dioxide to seep in, because obviously roots still need some degree of air, right? They can't be in water all the time, but they can't be totally dry, right? They need a fairly good balance of air and water in soil, right? So uh, stimulate the good bac, I mean not good bacteria, but the aerobic bacteria, microbes to keep them going, right? Obviously, there's anaerobic microorganisms, but they tend to stink to a certain degree, right? I'm not saying you can't use them, but yeah, I'll try to keep the aerobic bacteria, right? The ones that need, in this case, oxygen and air. Yeah. Usually, let's see what you go to use. Oh, okay, so you keep one in your place, 18 by 18. Oh, so they would the worms would enjoy coffee grounds. They love banana peel and avocado seeds, skins, carrot peels, celery scraps, apple peels. Okay, okay. Well, I didn't show you guys after I put the leaves out there, right? I start to add in some other stuff out there that was shredded up. I know how Garden Girl has seen that one video for me because I remember because you left me a nice loamy comment there. So yeah, I still remember. That's why I increased the surface area on it. It just because I know the rate of decomposition is gonna be slow in the winter. Oh, actually, it's not non-existing during the winter. It's very very slow because, like I said, it's below freezing, so the micro activity stops unless I have a large pile of it, right? Because they will release heat while they're digesting, but if they're not digesting, they're not gonna release a lot of heat, and pretty much they'll go. I guess they would go into suspended animation, right, or dormancy, right. I mean, now since it's a little bit warmer out, they're probably doing something, but I mean, if the nighttime temperature is as cool as your fridge, that's gonna slow it down, right? Now, also during the summertime, it's probably quicker, right? So this is why I do this kind of chop and drop or cut and drop, however you want to say it. So, and I really do believe, in my opinion, that I've been noticing the results as the years goes on, as I've been continuing doing this, right? I I can see, I feel like I see it, the fertility level going up because the growth of certain things that I put out there. When sunlight is abundant, there's enough water, enough air in the soil, oxygen in the soil, and obviously enough heat, daytime heating, that the plants are growing well, right? So those seeing the results like that, and not just one year or the next year or whatever, but year after year, right? Especially like I said, if I give the plants enough water, there's enough heat energy, sunlight energy hitting the surface, for photosynthesis and stuff like that. I'm starting to notice it a little bit more, right? which encourages me to keep going with this now, right? Because at first I was just like, is this actually working? After first year, second year, I'm like, oh, maybe I'm starting to notice a few things, right? You know, because also year to year varies, right? This year, this May, I'm a little behind. Things a little bit slower because I haven't gotten much in the way of warmer daytime temperatures, right? Sunlight, right? Sunlight to supercharge the photosynthesis to happen, so it can make a form of a sugar that puts into the ground to attract the microbes that you can exchange for the nutrients that I can't get for photosynthesis, right? So it can, yeah, the nitrogen and all this other stuff, the micronutrients that the plants need that it gets from the soil that are released from the microbes breaking down the biomass or organic material that's in the soil. Yes, I've been watching videos about that. I'm trying to understand that. I know biologists or soil scientists like some people out there, but I'm trying to understand and ration it out and stuff like that. Trying to see it for myself. I'm like, okay, I think that makes sense to me. Yeah, yeah, that's what I heard about that. The worms don't actually like this kind of acidic stuff, I guess. Because yeah, because onions would have that sulfur type of thing to it, right? So I guess that would be acidic if it's mixed in with water. Obviously, citrus tend to be more acidic-y. It's just, no, it's more acid like. Yeah, more acid like. Yeah, acid. Yeah, I can't speak this evening, everyone. But you know what I mean. Yeah, I think I've heard about that too from some of the videos I've seen out there about that. You know, I was just never sure if I wanted to do that or if I wanted to take that step forward in doing that. At least not, at least for now. I mean, even I got into vermicomposting with stuff like that with worms. I think I would still do this chop and drop, just for the simple fact that it's helping. For the simple fact it's helping me out there, you know. Because I think some people do that kind of stuff when they have limited amount of space or something like that, or they can't compost or other things like that. Yeah. Take care, Elise. Have a good night. I appreciate you dropping by the way. On, especially on twice. Especially when no one heard me earlier. But I appreciate you dropping by though. Take care. Yeah. So, like I said, I've been doing it for at least 5 years now. This kind of more chop and drop, or at least on a more frequent scale, right? And stuff like that. To the point now, I'm literally doing this kind of what you saw in the springtime prep work. I actually do a fall version of that too now. So basically, spring fall. It's part of the routine now. Trying to add back to the soil, right? Trying to recover those locked away nutrients in the food matter or organic matter, right? Letting the microbes added, and hopefully within time they'll break it down into more simpler parts that in time, as they excrete out whatever, right, as their byproduct, that in time it will be kind of available to the plants I put out there, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I do quote unquote have compost out there, right? But I'm adding this organic matter too, so keep the microbe activity going out there as much as possible, right? And trying to increase that micro. I was gonna say microscopic, but that microbes level. Is that it? Increase the level of microbes. Speak clearly, Sierra. Speak clearly. Yeah. Oh, look who it is. It's Huga. Hello. How's it going, CB? Good evening to you. It's nice to see you. Read what Idaho said. You mold the leaves over until they turn to powder. With all the red powder on the lawn, my lawn will change. That's funny, hey? I bet you people are like, uh, is this grass? Oh, why do you ask? Yeah, it is. It looks pink. It's just this organic material that I add to the ground. Don't worry, it'll fade away. It'll fade away. It'll fade away. You won't notice it in a couple more weeks once it breaks down a little bit more. Ah, that's funny. That's funny, Idaho girl. Yeah. How's it going, Hugo? Appreciate you dropping by this fine late night stream with me here. Impromptu. I know I saw you earlier. I saw you earlier with as you joined me. For anyone that doesn't know, I was in earlier with Scout Suite for like 5 hours. I was like his co-host for that whole stream, pretty much. I was there from before the stream started, and I was there in the backstage after the stream ended. We were still talking for a little bit longer. Yeah, yeah. He's a nice guy. I'm glad to know him very well. Glad to know him. He's a very charming fellow. I would just say. Yeah, he's definitely a charming fellow. Yeah, he's a nice guy. I enjoy talking to him. Sometimes I gotta remember at the time zone differences. Like, I gotta remember sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta let him go because I'll be talking to him. I'll be like wide awake because it's the middle of the afternoon in North America. I'll be like, oh yeah, it's way past midnight in Sweet for his local time. I'm like, oh yeah, I should actually let him go to bed. I gotta remember that sometimes. I gotta remember that at times. I'm like, because I'll ask him, I'm like, oh, you want to talk in the backstage for a little bit? I'm like, yeah. Then I gotta remember, oh yeah, I gotta actually let him go because he's probably tired. I gotta remember. I always forget sometimes. I'm like, so I've been trying to talk to him earlier before his stream starts, just so I can say stuff so I don't keep him. If I talk to him backstage after the stream's over, I gotta remember, oh yeah, it's like late for him now. He's gotta do stuff. I go, yeah, I gotta remember that sometimes. But I think that's just because it's really easy to talk to him and to other people at times. Yeah, exactly. Straight up. Straight up. Yeah, you're probably real surprised, eh, Hugo? You're probably like, wow, Sierra hasn't done one of these in like ever. I haven't. I don't think I've done a late night live stream all year. I mean, we're already halfway through the year. Actually, technically, we're in the last week of the first half of the year, right? Because next Saturday is June 1st. So yeah, by that time we'll kind of be halfway through the year already, the calendar year already. So let's see, 180 days through the year already, at least, right? 365 divided by two would be 182, 183. So yeah, well, we're about 175 days into the year already, I guess. So about halfway. About halfway. So yes, I gotta remember what I'm doing here. Hey Huga, hey Idaho Garden Girl. If you two write a CR word in my comments section on the side chat right now, I'll show you guys the surprise. I'll give you guys a very quick sneak peek. Very quick sneak peek on something like that. Why not? Why not? The perks of joining me randomly at times. Because I just happen to have something out right now. I just happen to have something out right now. I just happen to have something out right now. Like I said, if you put a CR word, whatever, it doesn't matter which CR word you write in there. You put CR word in the way that I write it in my side chat right now. I will show you something that has CR in it too. Technically it does. Technically it does. No word of a lie because it actually has a word that says CR in it. All right. Okay, Huga, you actually have to write the word not this. This is not what I meant. CR word. Oh yeah. Okay, you're funny, Huga. Oh yeah. 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 That is not a CR vocabulary word. Eh, eh. Insert in wrong response. Error. Eh, eh. Right? I'm waiting for a CR word so I can be like ding ding. Yeah, see there. Yeah, okay, good enough. Ding ding. Crowd rules. You can just wrote crowd in there. I don't know, you know that, right? I'll show you guys. Now it's not exactly what it shows is not exactly what's inside, but I'll show this because I've been using this. See, like I said, it's got CR in it technically. Now it doesn't actually contain this, by the way. I'm just using the packaging to contain this. You're probably like, what's this? There's a tin inside, by the way. Well, I might as well laugh with you. We're laughing together, right? Right? Hugo? Right, CB? Yeah, that's better. That's better. Girl, yeah, yeah. The way I say it at times, right? But yes. Yes. Hopefully maybe in time this will make an appearance in a video, right? It'll be a one hot video once I show this. I wonder what's in there. It's not exactly what it shows, but let's just say it contains let me emphasize that it contains, get one word's in there. The word contains a word that's in what you just saw. I like charades. Gotta keep you guys guessing, alright? That's why it's a sneak peek. It's not a show and tell time with me here. It's just something I have. Actually, that reminds me. Actually, maybe I should double check since I already have it out right now. Perhaps I will show a little bit more of it. I feel, if Bob was still here, he'd fire me if I said randomly this. Yeah, yeah. Never mind. He'll fire me for sure if I said this. Something in there. Actually, I need to check this anyway. Make sure if it's still good in. I'm at it. Yep, that's still good. If that sound doesn't give you indication what's in this, I don't think anything else will. I'm pretty sure that sound should be very, very familiar right there, if you heard it. All right, let me just put this back in this. I'm just reusing this, actually, to be honest, just to keep the contents in here. To keep them dry, keep them away from water. All right? Because what's the opposite of water? Oh, yeah, I wonder what that was. Say, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. See? Exactly. I wonder what the contents were, eh? Right? Right? Hopefully that little short sneak peek and sound effect will spark your interest in what I'm talking about. You know how I am with my words, right? So that should indicate quite a bit right there. I'm really bad at giving it away too easily. I just give it away too easily at times, don't I? So yeah. I wonder what that is. Oh, that reminds me. And I just remembered. Ah, dang it, where did I put it? I gotta remember to put something back into this backpack. I brought it out earlier because I was showing stuff earlier in uh, as a panel member, and I gotta remember to I have to put something back in there because I took it out of this backpack. and I gotta remember to put the item back in. Now, where did I put it? I had to. I was using it the other day because I need to test it out a little bit more, and now I can't. Oh, dang it! Where the hell did I put it? Yeah. See, that's the thing. If you're showing stuff on your channel or whatever as stage props or whatever, right? You're pulling it out from a backpack or from somewhere. Make sure you put it back, or else it won't be there the next time you want to use it. Now I gotta go find it out here. Don't worry, I found it. Before you like, ooh, what's that sound? Wow. I wonder what what what's under the covers, right? Oh, that's a clue right there. I gave you guys a CR word as a clue. Take care, CB. Have a good night, my friend. Nice to see you around. Yeah. No, this is just something someone gifted to me. I've been testing it out. Well, and let's just say I've learned the limits of this. Of said cover material here. Actually, you gotta turn on the light. I've actually technically, I haven't technically shown this on my channel. I've shown this on someone else's channel on their panel before. But let's just say it's. Aren't you glad that I showed you this sneak peek of it? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Aren't you glad I showed you that part of it? Aren't you glad I showed you that part of it? I gotta remember. I gotta remember to put this away. Pull this back up. Actually, one thing I need to do is double check it. Make sure I didn't. There's no random holes that I didn't notice randomly. Yeah, okay, I think it's good. Crumpled paper. Okay, I know, correct. Was that supposed to be funny? She's like, I'm not putting a CR word in there. It must be it. This guy loves his CR words. It must be it, right? I'm surprised you didn't just write in like corrugated cardboard, right? Put a double CR word in there. I'm surprised you didn't just put that in. Yeah, I gotta remember to put this away. Something I have. Now, I will say one thing. There is this nature walk video I did years back. What? How long has it been? A couple years at least. At least a couple of years. 2, 3, if not 4 years ago. Where I went for this walk. And in this video, you saw me do these walk away from the camera, walk towards the camera sequences, right? Right? To get a sense of time and direction and my pace count and all that stuff. Have you seen that video? You've actually seen the outside of what this resides in. So maybe one of these days I'll actually show the contents. But I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it. It's a work in progress, though. It'll be a work in progress, though. I've already made already 2 revisions to it already. Just something I've been working on. Just something to help me out, just in case. All right, so I'm a little bit more ready. No, no, no. I don't hold on a girl. It doesn't need to be next to each other, but it needs to be in one in a single word, like in the word care, cover, vocabulary, cordage, encourage, recover. Right. So corrugated and cardboard would work too. Right. So those would work too. I don't hold on a girl. Are you feeling nice and warm now, Idaho girl? That soup must have warmed you back up. I'm assuming now. You must have finished it by now. It must have warmed you back up. Actually, I was actually thinking of having soup this evening. I decided not to. I had something else instead, but I was actually almost thinking about having soup too. I've been thinking about it. Ah, okay, speak of cordage. I gotta actually find this piece of cordage I have. This, see, this is why it's good to go through stuff every so often, especially if you go using. It'd be nice to know. Oh yeah, here we go. I found it. I used the force and I sensed it. Remember how I said that? Remember how I said that? So when you see the contents later in the video, hopefully, it'll all make sense. It'll all make sense, right? Remember, I'm really bad at randomly hinting things in an indirect way. So if you pay attention enough, you might be able to figure it out. Figure a few things out randomly, just by the way I say things. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't need to be next feature. I mean, come on, Idol Girl. You know you see me write the word care when I leave the live streams or whatever. Not only on your own, but through our channels that you see me on. I thought that was obvious. That's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I don't usually count separate words. Yeah. I just don't usually count separate words in doing it. Usually, I don't usually do that, but every so often I will, but not usually. I don't usually count those. It needs to be as a single word with a C and an R in that order, but there could be spaces or letters in between, like in the word card, car, cover, encourage, recover, like how I like to recover stuff whenever possible, and stuff like that. Because supposedly there's supposed to be like 1,500 CR words out there, so I'm trying to increase my vocabulary a lot more. See how I've been trying to add these CR words into my vocabulary a lot more and increase some of them that I know. Some of them are I don't use that. I wouldn't use that often because they're more technical or more specific reason or specific topics. I shouldn't say topics, but discussions or topics that I would cover. That yes, I would use only would use those in. Yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah. And so make sure I make sure I set up my stream for later on. Later on, make sure everything's ready to go as much as possible. I'm trying to remember some other things here. Oh yeah, I gotta remember. I gotta put this away too. I brought this out earlier in the day when I was talking to some other people. I gotta remember to put this away. Something I started to do from someone. I started to make this little. I should just call it the calorie bag. I should just use the word calories. Maybe that's why I like to eat so much. It's because the word calories is in there. That must be the reason why I like that. That must be the reason why. You know. For anyone that doesn't know, I do crave my food at times. That's for sure. I definitely do like to crave my food. Apparently, I need to let my phone charge too. Okay. And speak of which, let's see. I gotta remember what I'm showing here. See? See, I'm here. I'm, I'm trying to let my phone charge. Every time I turn on the video, my phone seems to drop so fast. Always like the battery bank connected or I'm tethered to plug-in with it all the time. Yeah, calorie. Yeah, exactly. You know what other word I started to use a lot more, and I was actually using the word earlier when I was with as a panel side chat as a panel member. I started to use the word circle a lot. I like I like the circular word of circle. Actually, I like the word circular because it actually has two CRs in it. One, I don't know if there's another CR, a word that has CR in it, but that has actually two CRs in it, like the word circular. I don't know another word that actually has that like that. I like that word now. Circular. It just keeps going around and around, just like how I like to go around and around in creating. See, you see our words just drop it and just come out of my mouth all the time. For some reason, they're always there now. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You got that. You got that right. Idaho Garden Girl. Yeah, straight up, straight up. You got that right. And apparently, I need to let my headset charge again. I feel like I haven't been able to charge my headset all the way back up because I keep using it all the time. Like I said, before I started this stream, I was in two different live streams, so I was using a headset too. I really need to let my headset charge, especially for the next stream I could do. Although it's gonna be a lot more serious. I'm not gonna be joking around as much as I am right now. That's for sure. More serious topic. I'm hoping to have someone join me as a panel member, but we'll see how that all works out. Hopefully, it will work out quite nicely, actually. All right. Oh, and by the way, everyone, we're gonna see who pays attention to me 9 minutes, or 90 minutes after into a live stream slash replay. I think I'll show a few more sneak peeks randomly here, randomly. And besides, it'll reinforce some of the things I've done in the past, anyways, because it'll be a nice segue towards some other stuff that I've shown. What's that word mean? I'm not familiar with that word, Idaho Garden Girl. I'm to the point actually I need to screenshot that so I could actually remember that I actually looked at it. I'll look at it later. What's the definition of that, by the way? I'm not as familiar with that. It's because some of these words I don't use enough, right? You know, in day to day conversation, right? I mean, I'm trying to even use the word circle a little bit more in conversations. It's kind of hard to circulate those CR words when I don't use them normally in conversation. Yeah, see, see, I finally used the word circulate in a as an actual word in an actual sentence, and I actually meant it for once. Oh, animals active during twilight. Hey, that does count. This counts too, right? Twilight, meaning like at night, right? When does count now? When does count now for me? It's nighttime at the time of this live stream. If you're catching this on the replay during the morning, I'd be like, yeah, I did this at night. A lemur. Okay, yeah, okay. I get you. I got you. You're so smart, Idaho Garden Girl. I wish I knew what that all meant. I probably would have to search it out and and watch a video and learn about it a little bit more for myself. Okay, switch back out. Hopefully everyone can still hear me. By the way, I need to charge my headset again. Yeah, I know. So hopefully everyone can still hear me because I'm using a built-in mic once again. Honestly, that's why it probably sounds different. Let's see. Make sure that works. Yeah. Oh no. Gotta set up to the microphone on the phone. Hopefully everyone can hear me now. Which now I'm actually using the built-in mic on the phone. I had to actually make sure it was directed to it.
in the settings. Yes. Okay. I mean, if anyone's actually watching this replay and you stuck around long enough to hear me say all this stuff randomly, yeah, you could timestamp this spot, this 90-minute spot, right? Actually, it's 90 minutes exactly right now. Like I timed it right. If you're randomly actually still listening to me, you can timestamp this spot, like I said, and I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, so you actually heard me actually ask for this timestamp. Sometimes I'll check to see who's listening. I'll be like, oh, have you heard me say the timestamp spot? Yeah. And I actually timestamped it. Yeah. That means you paid attention. A little bit more. Yeah. But yeah, let me just. Where did I put it? I'll show you guys in a sec, yes. So basically, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just getting some stuff ready for my next stream. Just kind of relaxing a little bit more and stuff like that. Just, and remembering, you know, because today I was in different live streams for a little bit in terms of not just as a panel member, but, in the side chat right now. I was remembering these people, right? I'm like, you too, Idol Hogan. Don't get me wrong, you too, right? In my interaction with you folks out there, right? And remembering, and always remembering the people out there, right? And trying to get to know people a little bit better as much as I can, or for what it is, right? Like, also, there's a bunch of YouTubers out there. There's tons and tons, millions of channels out there, content creators out there, right? And people that I do follow more or less on a regular basis for what it is, right? Like, I'm not gonna lie, right? I don't watch every last video from every last person because that's a lot of videos, and my watch later would just grow exponentially. But some of the content I am able to watch, want to watch, am able to watch, leave comments as a commenter and stuff like that. I'm trying to remember that stuff as much as possible, right? Just like Idaho Garden Girl. Hey, Idaho Garden Girl, how's Dot doing? As I pause for that to say that. uh, See how I brought that up? How's Dot doing? Oh, look at this. Hi, Sunflower. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well. Good evening to you. Although it's probably Sun. Yeah, actually, it's already Sunday at Eastern Time Zone. How's Dot doing? Maybe I should just write it in the chat. I should just write it in the chat since the phone's in my hand already. I'm gonna see if I remember things correctly here. Yeah, Dot. Yeah, see, I still remember that. Where? Oh, there's Dot. See these videos the content you guys release, right? I try to remember that, especially if I'm watching it, right? I try to remember it, not only so to make conversation later on about it, for example, but to indicate that I am the content that I do watch from you folks out there. I am watching. Right? I'm not just letting it play, right? And then, right? Because I want you guys to know that I'm actually watching that content, right? I'm not just letting it play and leaving a random comment afterwards, right? So this is why a lot of the times if I leave a comment on your channel, well, this could be a post or a reel or on Instagram or shorts, right? I try to make it sound like how much I've heard certain things, right? So this is why I do these puns. This is why I do these twist on word things. So to indicate that I am listening to what you guys are saying. Right? I'm just trying to indicate that Yeah, now give away the video, spoil the video for everyone else, or the shorts or reels for everyone else, right? I'm trying to, I heard you guys say something, right? So that's why I'll try to insert that in as part of my comment, so to indicate, well, Sierra must have heard that part because I only said that once, and now it's like at the end of the video, near the end of the middle of the video, right? You must have heard that. You must have watched at least most of the content, right? So that's why I do stuff like that. See how I didn't remember the breed, but then remember the name, right? That's another thing too, right? Hey, that reminds me. Hey, sunflowers, are you doing any of that knitting, by the way? Or uh, uh, starts with an M. What's that called again? Are you doing any of that stuff? Or started? I know you told me that you wanted to get into that. Macro. I think it even has a CR in it too. I forget the name. There's a technical term that's I don't use it. That's why. But anyways, yeah. Are you actually doing any of that stuff, or maybe you're too busy to do it? But I said dot. I don't even know how you got at. I said dot. I thought I said dot. I could have sworn I said that. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Yeah. Are you still doing that? Sunflowers? See? It's got CR in it. Right? That's why I'm trying to add it into my vocabulary too. Of stuff, right? Trying to learn all those other CR words. Trying to incorporate. Hey, incorporate. See, I just incorporated in a CR word like that. I wasn't even trying. See? See? I like to cover CR words and not even trying. I incorporate them in. I just cover them, incorporate them in, tie them into the conversation whenever possible. Right now you're reading. Oh, okay. Crocheting. That's another thing I want to get into. I think it's because I want to try not with yarn, but with something else. I mean, I've tried it with paracord before in terms of knitting. I've tried it before to learn to cast on and off. I haven't done it for a while, to be honest. I mean, really, I should try that again. I've just been putting it off for a little bit. Who knows? Maybe I'll just do it back and try again in the wintertime when I have a little bit more indoor free time. And not, this stuff I have to do outside stuff. Fiber arts? What is that? What is this fiber art? Oh, see, she just want you probably just wanted to say that so you wanted to be more correct about it and add in that CR word while you're at it, right? Yeah. But yeah, what is this fiber art? I'm not as familiar with that, sunflowers. Definitely not familiar with that. I mean, that's nothing I've heard in a video or randomly. I mean, I know what knitting is, crocheting. I mean, like I said, I tried casting on and off in terms of knitting, right? I was like, I need to actually learn that a little bit more proficiently, a little bit more, and probably do it more than like twice. I think I need to do it a little bit more often twice to be a little bit more proficient at it. I don't, yeah. Because actually, the one that I used paracord to like try it out, I actually had to use that to make a bracelet for someone else. So I had to separate, pull it apart, and rebraid it again. So, too bad, unfortunately, I won't be able to see that person anymore because I don't have their phone number and they moved away. Well, hopefully they still have that bracelet. Hopefully it reminds them of me, at least for you know. Yeah, this was the person that created this for me. It was really nice, right? And stuff like that. So hopefully they still have it. But, that was back in 2020. Yeah, 2020, early 2021. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's just say I tried to start not a quote unquote relationship, but just a friendship, right? But that's how it goes sometimes, right? Fiber art is a type of fine art that uses natural or synthetic fibers, fabric, or yarn to create decorative works. Okay. Hey, that's how I should. You know what? I should start decorating the live streams in my videos with more CRs. Get it? Basket, basket, beadwork, braiding, clothing design, crochet, dyeing, embroidery, felting, hooking, and knitting. Hmm. Or what Idaho Garden Girl said. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get. Hmm. I think if I do something like that, I need to apply it to what I have and what I would like to get out of it. See, you'll start to notice that I don't usually quote unquote do crafting. Like if you look up the word crafting on YouTube, right? You see it in a certain way, right? I don't tend to do it like that in terms of how I make stuff, right? When I'm quote unquote crafting, I like to make things that are very functional, right? So I'm not gonna be. I don't do this whole. I'm gonna take this paper towel roll and put uh, gift wrap around it to make it look fancy with hot glue. And that's not the kind of creating I tend to do. I'm more of a functional kind of person, right? So I'm making like a nice bracelet that you can still use if you had to, but it looks nice too. Something like that. That kind of more functionality over fashion, right? You know, I'll review boxes, but you don't see me. You won't see anything fancy on the box, right? There's no fancy gift wrap paper around it to make it look pretty, right? I'm more function over fashion at times, right? And maybe I'll add a CR on the box or something like that. Like I said, one of the things I've enjoyed about sewing, I guess I can mention sewing. Why not? Is that it's allowed me to explore different ideas, right? Even things I've never seen. Remember Idaho Garden Girl? Remember that video? Yes, because I remember now. Yes, because you wrote a comment on that. Uh, how I'm gonna say it right now. Two lefts make a right. On that one video that I showed about the gloves. You remember that Idaho Garden Girl, right? And you said to me, and I'm quoting paraphrasing. I never seen you either said I never seen anyone do it or I never knew you could do this. One to two, right? And I'm like, and to be honest, right now, as a quick reply to something like that, beyond what I actually wrote, because I'm trying to remember what I wrote to you, but it was just one of those things that just came to mind, and I just explored that opportunity to try that out because I've been sewing for a little bit, well, getting back into it a little bit more often. I just tried it out. I was just like, and I incorporated that into a video and made a video about it. I was like, why not? Because one of the things, obviously, I didn't say in the video, or else it would take way too long. I guess I'll say it now, since you're actually here and you actually saw the video, so you know what I mean, because you've seen the video and looked at how that turned out, right? It's just I tried looking that up on YouTube. I didn't really see much about that, right? So to me, this was to me a new idea, right? Maybe someone else has done it, never posted anything. There's no content about it, right? Because I imagine someone must have tried this before. There's no way I came up with it, right? But to me, it seems like a new idea because I'm like, well, I haven't seen anyone do this before. I even tried searching for it, all these different search words. I'm like, every time I always got something not what I was looking for. So yeah, because I released it earlier this year. Video. That was fun. That's what. One thing you don't realize about that video, I had to fast forward speed up the footage a lot more. because or else the sewing would have been like, I wish I could sew that fast, like in the videos I posted about it. I'm like, no, because if you that actually took me that was actually a lot more footage than what you even saw. I shortened everything down, spun everything up, and kind of voiced over that kind of stuff. I guess if I'm explaining this as a content creator, I just spun up the footage like 5, 10x sometimes. So what you saw in like a minute took me 10 minutes to do. Right. Like I said, I can't sew that hand sew that fast, obviously, right? So I was just trying to show that. I mean, ultimately, the video at the end still became like what 5 minutes, 6 minutes, anyways. Right. Basically, I just did that in one evening, one nighttime. Like I'm doing the stream right now, and then just kind of recorded it and just kind of condensed it down a bit. I was trying to be a little bit more concise with it, a lot more, right? So you can see what I mean. Visuals to explain to show what I mean, but I was explaining like, yes, this is I'm showing this, doing it this certain way, blah blah blah, inverting out, blah blah blah, right, and stuff like that. Yeah. So this is just something I just did. Oh, by the way, I don't, girl. For everyone else, I'm trying to make another version of one. I'm trying to up my game on it too. So if that video where I showed it was a version 1, I'm trying to make a version 2 of it with a total because it's actually sitting on the table. Something I've been working on every so often during this month, like the month of May here. It's something it's just I'm watching a live stream or something and that in the side chat and doing something else. I'm just relaxing and I'll just do it, right? On and off. As the days go on, the nights go on, right? Just to keep my mind occupied, focused, and stuff like that. And I've learned a few more things about doing something like that. So I thought it was kind of interesting how sometimes I'll try something new, or at least new to me, right? And it feels like sometimes it'll create. Well, I just used the word create. Your brain is focused. Your brain, her brain, I should say. Let me put it on screen. His focus on speaking of CM words. Wow. Yeah. Well, just keep creating the CR words, right? Just keep creating something. But it's one of those things where it feels like sometimes when I try something new, or at least new to me, it feels like I try to make a version 2 of it, and then it feels like I'm learning more for using something as a base form of something and expanding upon it by adding to it, right? So whether it be sewing or editing, stuff like that has happened. So I'm always grateful to learn some of this stuff because it allows me to experiment and try something else based upon version 1 of it. Like I said, it could be sewing, it could be editing. I've actually done both. Sometimes where I've tried something out and I'm like, oh, now I have a version 2 now because I see it's possible. Then I'm like, oh, I can make this expand upon it, you know, add a little bit more into it, and kind of make it a little bit more, if it's sewing, a little bit more robust in terms of editing, a little bit more, ooh, that looks cool kind of deal. So it's just like a mental gymnastics. Well, hey, sunflowers, you're supposed to put Craigslist. You're gonna be accurate. Yeah, there was a couple creases in that sewing too. But yes, keep increasing those zero words, man. It's one of those things I've started to notice, especially as I've used it more often, right? I actually notice the zero words. I actually will notice it in the chat, right? Because sometimes when on some of those channels that are asking, like they have like panel members or like a guest, please put all your questions in capital so I can clearly see it, right? I'm actually noticing when you guys write a capital CR, I actually almost instinctively notice it now. Maybe because I'm starting to know. I put it on my channel, and I have it on the screen right now. I have everything with it now, and let's just say, yeah, it's so part of me in my core. It's just part of. Well, okay. I don't want to use the word cry now. So come on. Keep it joyful. Keep it joyful. Oh, I see. I don't. Go. Yes, please. Yes, please. More. Increase the CR words in my converse side chat conversation. You can cover as much as you want. If you keep adding CR words in my chat, it encourages me to keep using them. I just made that up. By the way. Crew. Yeah, you can be my CR. You guys could be the CR crew, right? Right? I actually said the word commenters earlier. Okay? Like, who uses the word commenters? I do, apparently. Yeah. Crop. Just like in the video that I posted, like, on Friday, the last video I typed, I recorded and uploaded, right? I think I used the word crop in there. Actually, cropping is one of these words that you would actually hear in editing at times. You would actually hear that word. A word of a lie. Yeah. Yeah, I'm crawling into these CR words. And maybe I need a crest that just says CR on it, right? Right? I need a crest that says CR on it. Yeah. It's like, yeah, dude, you gotta make something like that. You got it. You can do it. You still can. It'll probably take some time. You know, hey, Sunflower, if that crystal is a diamond, I wouldn't mind having it. Right? I bet you it would have lots of carrots in it. There's a CR word right there. Hey, maybe I should start growing carrots, right? I'll be like, hey, everyone, I'm growing the CR. And it'll be as the title or whatever, or the thumbnail kind of thing. And oh, he's talking about carrot. Oh, I see. He is growing CR words. Like the word carrot. Hey, maybe I could do that. Celery, cucumber. Actually, there's a lot of vegetables with CR in it if you think about it, right? Carrot, cucumber, celery. Let's see. That's what I can name right off the bat. Crowd. Okay. Take care, Idaho Girl. It was a pleasure to have you join me for a little bit on on the side chat. Take care. Have a good night. Oh yeah, crash because yeah, she's crashing. All right. So yeah, I was I was gonna say something, but I won't. Hey Sunflower, would you like to join me? I'll send you a panel link if you would like to join me if you have time. I don't know if you're too tired or whatever, right? If you would like, yeah. Craig, yeah. If you like, I can send you a stream link if you want to join me. I'll go for a little bit longer. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? All right, hold on. Just give me 1 sec. I gotta okay, copy. Hold on, just give me Okay. Yeah, it should be there right now. Come on, get out of those menu. All right, I sent it to you, Sunflower. So I guess I'll see you in a moment here. Why not? Why not? Why not? I don't do streaming enough anyways. I'm pretty sure I have enough streamwear time.
I might send my audio back to my headset here. So everything should be still good. You should still be able to hear me and stuff like that. But yeah, besides, I gotta charge my phone anyways. At least I'll be able to hear this ding once the gas goes off. It's been a while since I did one of these anyways. Why not? Why not? I like sharing some time with you folks anyways, right? Get to know you folks better out there and stuff like that. While I wait for Sunflowers to join me here. I'm pretty sure I just copy and pasted it. So unless yeah, it's something different. Well, I gotta charge my phone anyways. I gotta make sure I'm looking at the displays too. Hopefully I'll be able to hear this dinging the guest thing at the bottom of the StreamYard side. Yeah, some parts is probably just setting it up. Shouldn't be that much longer. Doesn't take that long to set it up randomly. So while I wait for some parts to join me here, like I said, this stream wasn't really meant as a specific topic, like I said. Just me just kind of shooting the breeze a bit, you know. Things that don't usually make a full video or a full topic of in a live stream, something I'll just mention it now, kind of deal, right? And reconnecting with you people out there, right, as much as possible. And I'm still waiting for, still waiting for Sunflowers to join me here. Oh, there we go. I see ya. Hello, Sunflowers. Can you hear me? Oop. I have no idea what happened there. I guess Sunflowers will have to try again. I have no idea what happened there, by the way. I know I didn't kick Sunflowers out. I know I didn't kick her out. So now, take two. Okay. What come on? Hey Vanessa, how are you doing? Sunflowers, I don't know why it says your device is not connected. There's that camera icon and there's a cross through it, like a line through it. So maybe you need to check that again. If I was showing you guys my screen participants, me and Sunflowers, but then I don't see your icon in there and it says a slash for the camera icon. So I'm assuming it's meaning that your camera is not set up or something like that. Because originally when you first came in, I was just like, I thought you were there. I thought I heard a beep beep or something like that. It allowed me to add you because I can't actually add you right now. Yeah, okay, she'll probably try again. How's it going, Vanessa? I know you're probably like, man, Sierra's on late. I'm like, yeah, why not? I can spare some time while I do some stuff or whatever, right? It'll allow me this to always remember be keep doing content out there. Yeah, you're doing okay. Yeah, keep doing content out there. Keep creating out there. I mean, even yourself, Vanessa, right? When I see some of your stuff you post on over on IG, what you make, it always motivates me to try stuff like that out if I haven't tried it before or do something similar. You know, when I see this content creation in general, people creating stuff right now, being like, hey, I could do that too. Why not? Why not? Oh, you gotta try rejoin again, Sunflower. I don't see you on the guest on the green backstage. Yeah. You post pictures mostly. Yeah, I get that. But no, so I mean, it's really cool from what I've seen. Some of that sewing you've done and stuff like that. I'm thinking. I'm still remembering that. What's not step stool? This folding temperature or steps? No, folding stool. I think I'm trying to remember it. I know it's brown, if I remember right. I'm just trying to remember it. And of course, some of this other stuff you post. Yeah. Oh, there's even more coming. Nice. So yes, Samvar, if you come back into the on the backstage, we'll try again. Because if you're using your phone, hopefully you're not having issues like I did earlier. Like I did earlier when I was just like, for some reason my mic wasn't working. I don't know why. I had to restart my power down my phone all the way and restart the phone. Come back in. All right, take two, everyone. Oh, or I just saw it. It said you were in backstage. I go towards the button, and now I don't see you. What gives with that? Yeah. Oops. You're folding leather tripod stool. Yeah, why am I thinking the word tripod? I really need to try harder to remember the word tripod. So you see, let's see. All right. Okay, let's try that again. Sunflower, you there?
Hello. Sorry
All
about
right.
that. Sometimes when I'm on my phone, which is an Android, it takes a while. See, because I have to have StreamYard open, not the link you sent me. Then I have to keep trying until it shows my avatar. It's very complicated.
Well, when's the last time you've been on a panel?
The other day,
Oh,
Friday.
okay. So, yeah, it's not
I
like you haven't been on for like months and months and you forgot how to do it.
no. It's on a phone. It's just sometimes it just doesn't work right away.
Yeah. Okay. I get it.
Because
All
my
right.
laptop has to go to Best Buy. I locked myself out
Again?
of my laptop. No,
Is
no,
that the
no.
same one you've been using? That's the same one you've been using,
Yeah, but
right?
no. I had one fixed, and then they had to send me a new one a long time ago. The problem with this
Oh,
one
so
is
this is a different one. Oh, I okay. Because I remember you having a laptop. I'm like, what? You have a different one? So it's a different one from the one I've seen.
probably, I don't
Oh,
remember. But the point is, my laptop, I accidentally locked myself out. So when I go to the sign in, it won't let me log in.
yeah. It's Vanessa Kitty saying hi to you.
Hi, Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah, it's Vanessa.
So that's that.
Yeah, that's why. All right.
But
I've
I'm
known
see,
Vanessa for a while.
but I'm using a different way to get in because I'm being creative. See?
Oh, so see, not only does she can write the CR words, she can say the CR words too. She's
Exactly.
trying to, she's trying to out CR me, out
Yes.
vocabulary me, increase her CR words as much as
Wait a minute,
possible.
Vanessa Kitty. Are you doing another project?
I think she said she's posting something on Monday.
She said my folding leather tripod stool.
No, because I was saying about how I remember that, and she was just kind of refreshing my memory about it. Right? Because I know she said
Got
something
it.
about yeah, more coming on Monday. She said, yeah.
Ooh. She's one interesting lady.
Yeah, it's Vanessa Kitty. You definitely have the skills to back up some of that knowledge and gear you have.
I wish I could
Yeah.
meet her. I wish I could meet her.
Well, this is the next best thing.
Yeah, but you
Well,
want to meet people in real life.
no, I get that. I get that. Talk to them and stuff like that, right?
Like I
I
would
get
like to
that.
meet you. That would be fun.
But she's fabricating something. She just said she's melting and casting brass parts now. Always projects, yeah. I getcha. Oh, big
Wait,
project. Oh,
I've heard of bacon. I've heard of bacon mac and cheese, but I've never heard of brisket.
oh.
Or are you gonna wait a minute? Brisket is separate, not in the mac and cheese. I think.
I don't know. She has to elaborate on that a little bit more. She said I need to make breast key. Oh, in particular. Okay, okay. Explains that part.
Ooh, that
Ooh.
sounds neat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I was just saying earlier, Sunflower, you still doing this? Are you still trying to get into this knitting or crocheting?
Yes,
I know.
I was originally I was trying this year to get into a knitting group, and
Hmm.
the one time they told me I could check them out online, it fell through, and then I kept trying to get them to let me try again, but they never got back to me. But
Ah,
yes. Then I decided because it depends on how I feel with my medical condition. So I'm gonna kick a
fair enough.
reading, but I also want to do crocheting and knitting. I'm thinking maybe going to the park and sitting
Mm.
outside for a few hours and on my days off and teaching myself that way because I'm tired of being in the house.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna be perfectly frank with you two right here. Especially if anyone's listening to this on the replay later. By the way, I do have a video coming out relatively soon, couple weeks, that kind of elaborate about being outside. So you
Cool.
just remind. It's gonna be a shorter video. It's not shorts, but short or long form content, right? So yeah.
Ooh.
As
Oh,
soon as
I
you see the
gotcha.
thumbnail, yeah, as soon as you see the thumbnail, you'll be like, oh
That sounds like fun. Yeah,
yeah,
the on the 22nd, which was Wednesday, I spent a lot of time outside. We went to the
yeah. Oh, did you?
conservatory.
Well, I guess that's got CRA in it,
Hmm.
doesn't it? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So, Vanessa Kitty said, smoking brisket. Sunday night into Monday morning. Mac and cheese will be made Monday morning.
Mm. Hey, Vanessa Kitty, I might as well just walk back into the kitchen now. At this rate, at this rate, I might as well just
What?
start walking back into the kitchen.
She does a lot of things. She's lucky she has a lot of talent. It's probably never dull by Vanessa Kitty's house.
Yeah, I remember that picture now, Vanessa Kitty, about that bench now. Yes, I remember that. Like I said, I tried. If I give you guys comments, likes, or whatever, I try to actually remember that I've actually seen that and relate it back to you guys when you guys join my panel or on the side chat, or if I see you on the side chats, right?
Hmm.
I try to uh, not hash that, just so you know that I'm paying attention right? And stuff like that. Because sometimes I don't see someone for like a whole year. I'm like, oh, do you still do this or something like this? And they're like, you still remember that, Sierra? I'm like, I only told you once. I'll be like, well, yeah, I tried to remember. I mean, we were making conversation, right? I'm trying to remember these conversations we have. Like even now with you, sunflowers or whatever, right?
Right.
I'll be remembering this is the stream that I talked about a bunch of CR words and she wrote a whole bunch of CR words in my side chat. She kept increasing
Yeah.
the CR words on and on and on. We just went through all this vocabulary stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Vanessa, you know what I think? You should open up a school to teach people how to do all this stuff. That'd be amazing. I would love to learn. I'm sure Bacon would love to learn.
Mm, maybe some other people too. Might as well start the enrollment right now.
Because they do.
I,
Somewhere, hmm, I was watching a program one time and PBS called Craft in America, and I think I saw a school. I forget what the name of the school is, and they do have a school for such things, like for bat. It says I get it sent in the mail, but it
Yeah.
might not be the school that was featured in the documentary program I was watching. And they teach like basket street.
You still there?
Yeah.
Okay, because I walked away from the screen. I thought you like kind of did something. I was just like, because you just cut out there.
Oh, I'm on a phone, so it'll do that.
Okay, okay. I just
But my
making sure. I
point
just
is,
walked away. Yep, go ahead.
Vanessa Kitty could have a school like that. She would be successful because she knows how to do a lot of different things.
Yeah, she's quite diversified in her ability to create
Yeah,
stuff.
like I never met
I
somebody
mean,
who
wait,
could
but
do
I mean,
leather
what?
work.
You know, she's doing leather work and she's melting and well, I guess that's a form of fabrication
She can
because
cook. She bakes.
she's my idol. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Everyone.
I know you're a math teacher, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, she's the human calculator. I gotta add that CR word in there. You know that. I had to bring that in. Any excuse to bring in the CR word, right? On my channel.
Yes.
Whenever possible, right?
Oh.
Oh, you got some part. Ooh, she's oohing. I mean, she enjoys it.
Do you
Oh, okay.
hear? Look what Vanessa Kitty's doing. She's doing a leather and woodworking lately.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
So, what are you making woodworking?
Yeah, yeah. Where you been up to, Vanessa Kitty? Because I know she also has stories too, or she shares some of her experiences with me before, and then and on our side chats. So I remember some of the stories for her. You know, she's been in the Arctic, I think, right, and
Hmm.
stuff like that. She talked about the cold and stuff like that, winters and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Mm, Maple Bolts on sale. Oh, so she's trying to score that up
Look,
on next
you got
Friday.
to get your
Yeah.
supplies when there's a good sale because things can add up.
Hey, Sunflowers, have you been able to get some yarn if you're gonna do some knitting? You got the
What did
yarn, right?
what? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said you got the yarn to start the knitting, right?
I have a whole bunch of. Did you say yarn?
Yes.
Oh, I have a whole bunch of yarn in the house.
Well, just
I had
do
to
it.
take a.
Just do it.
I'm no. I was gonna start this year with crocheting, and so I
Okay.
have a book, the one that I posted on Instagram, and
Okay.
I have to take a hiatus because I have this condition, and sometimes I cannot move my arms. It's a dermatological condition, but I think I'm just gonna do it anyways because I've been reading a lot about crocheting, and now I gotta put in the work to
Yeah,
see if I can learn.
the skill.
From what
Yeah,
I
you got.
learned reading, I got to see if I could make the stitches now. So I have practice yarn, and I'm going to do that. Then once I
Okay.
get better at that, then I'm going to start a small mini project.
Yeah, I've tried to talk to some female friends and our people that knit to show me a little bit in person. I mean, I tried looking at video and I did practice casting on and off, but I think I need to practice that more because there's a certain pattern, right? Once you learn a certain pattern, then it becomes easy, right? It's like
Are you
grading.
talking about knitting?
Yeah. Well, I
Okay.
mean,
When
crocheting
you
would be like
knit,
that too.
the first thing it doesn't matter what order you learn them in, but you have to know how to cast on. and there's a variety of ways to cast on. Most people do the long tail cast on, but it depends on what you're
See,
doing.
this terminology, like that, I'm not as familiar with, like this, because you seem to actually know the exact what it's
Cast
called.
on
No,
or
I know what's
see,
cast. No, I know what's the casting on means, but when you specifically said
yeah, I understand
name
this.
of cast, yeah,
Cast on, but there are many ways to cast on. But for practice purposes, a lot of people, or even for most projects, they do long tail cast on. But the problem with that is some people don't calculate how much long tail they need. They either do too short or way too long.
yeah. See,
It's
I
just,
think this is.
go on.
I was gonna say that's why I need to learn by doing it, right? So you just kind of instinctively know how much to have.
Uh, there's rules of thumb. But I forget
Oh, okay.
how, but I forget, I have to look it up. See, the thing about knitting or crocheting is that a lot of it's online now, like with social media. So you don't, or you could look it up in a book. So you don't technically have to remember these things. You could look up long tail cast on, ah, and then you could see how somebody does it in a video, and they might tell you. Some people do the arm length method, but I forget how it works. Um, but anyway, so you need to know how to cast on. Once you can, you need to, first of all, you need to know how to do a slip knot because you have to
Yeah.
have a slip knot first on your needle. Then you can cast on, and there's a
Mm,
variety of ways to do that. And some people just pick the one cast on that works for them, because
yeah.
some people can't do everything. So they just do whatever method works best for them.
Hmm.
However, as I was going to say, if you're going to do a knitwear project, then there's a book. I forget the title of it. I think I own it and I can tell it to you later. And it tells you how to I think it's knit. The basic premise of this book is it teaches you how to cast on and bind off, I think. And it'll tell
Yeah,
you which
casting on
cast
and
ons and
mm,
it'll tell you which cast ons are good for what. And some are
mm.
better for knitwear. But for the purposes of yours, stick to
What
long tail
learn
cast
one?
on.
I think it'd be better if I actually tried to learn one first. Get
Yeah,
solid, nice and solid proficient at one. Where
right.
I don't have to rely on watching a video, rereading, looking at pictures again. I just instinctively just know how to set up the pattern. I think that's the thing I need to learn is to learn the pattern. Because when I learned the braiding parts from braiding, I actually had to learn the pattern of it. Once I got the pattern done, then like
Well,
other
basically,
people,
what you want when you're doing these things that I'm mentioning, you need to know how to do the motions. Then a pattern is, in knitting, for example, a pattern means the project you're making.
mm, I see.
So you want to learn the motions of how to do certain things, and then and then try a simple pattern. So then
Mm.
after you learn how to do a slip knot and a cast on, then you have to know the two stitches. Knit and crochet. I mean, crochet is not a stitch. Hello, the knit stitch and the purl stitch. And
Oh,
we
okay,
spell
okay, okay,
purl Purl.
okay,
And
okay.
then when you're going to get into the knit stitch and purl stitch, you have to figure out if it's easier for you to do continental knitting or what's it called? English method. But that doesn't
I
mean
think I've heard those terms before in some
but
videos I've
English
seen.
method doesn't mean for people from England. It Anybody can do it.
Yeah,
It's how you
it's just a
hold
name.
basically it's how you hold the yarn and needles in your hand. And and if you do with your right hand or your left hand. And there is
Yeah.
advantages of learning how to do, I think, continental. People say if you're going to do, for example, color work, it might be faster if you can do continental. Now, some people can't do both. They find one harder than the other. So you just stick to whichever works for you. But you should try both because if you can learn both, you can do more.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things in time is so like some of the braids I do, I don't even have to look at it anymore, right? I can just instinctively just know what to do in terms of where to go, like how to when to go around, when to go through, stuff like that, make loops and all this sort of stuff, right? Because there's more complicated braids out there, right? Like I've, I'm pretty sure I've mastered now, quite proficient at doing a simple braid, but that's simple braid, right? Because I actually will, I've shown it on the channel before. I mean, because I've shown it using porn before, right, and stuff like that. And like I've shown it with other stuff too. I mean, actually, I can go get some of it. Why not? Some of these braids I've done, right? I mean,
See, what
and I
you're
know what
talking
the
about is muscle memory.
yeah, yeah, because you've done the motion so many times, you just kind of instinctively just know, right? Because I wanted to understand it so well that not only am I proficient at it, but hey, if I did it the wrong way, I would instinctively know that, oh, I did it the wrong way. I need to undo that. That's not the right way to do it. You know what I mean?
Some people can do that. That is correct. For example, nobody will care if you have to look and you're a little slower. Other people can actually do it. The point is, it doesn't matter as long as you get it done. Do whatever works for you. But yes, there are people that do that. I watch them. Let me think here. There's this. He was a child. Okay, he got
Hmm.
adopted. He was from Ethiopia and he got adopted
Welcome
by a
back, Bob.
couple that live in Wisconsin that had a son. And somehow he learned about crocheting. And he's like,
Yeah.
I want to do that. So his adopted mother
Nope.
decided, okay, we're going to let him learn how to crochet. And he could like make a video or he could be in an interview talking to you and he'll just
Hmm.
do it. He don't even have to look at it. And he's a speed demon.
Yeah, because I think it's because you become so proficient at it. Because I've seen other people that knit or whatever, they don't even have to look at it barely. They just do it instinctively, just know, right? That's the kind of proficient I
Right.
want to get. Because in terms
Yeah,
of
I don't know
braiding,
if
I can do that.
mhm. I don't know if everybody can do that. But this kid is kind of like a prodigy. He just got it instantly. And he says he
Yeah.
wants to be a surgeon when he grows up. And so for example, if he's knitting, I don't know if he can knit, but even if you knit, but he crochets, it's going to be good dexterity for you anyways. So it's also good for if you want to do things with your hands, like for other things.
Yeah, I mean, I've made bracelets, obviously, like the one in front of me right now, right? I mean, just stuff I do, right? I haven't
Right.
made a bracelet in a while, but just
So
still
how
do it
did
if I
you get into
really had to.
braiding?
I just did it. Really, I just started doing it, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Just like any skill out there, you have to practice at it to get proficient at it, right? Don't in the beginning, yeah, it's gonna take you longer because the learning curve of doing it, right? It's just like with anything out there, sewing or anything like that. If you do it enough times, eventually you get more proficient at it. Muscle memory, whatever you want to call it, right? Because you're repeating similar actions all the time, right? In terms
Um,
of the
basically,
pattern.
basically, for example, in knitting, I was gonna say, you know how I said you need to know the knit stitch and the purl stitch?
Hmm.
Every combination of pattern that you might read, like, is this the moss stitch? Is this the Kitchener stitch? Whatever it's called. Most
Hmm.
of the time, it's going to be a combination of knit and purl stitch. So if you
Okay.
know how to knit and purl, you don't even have to memorize the name of the stitch with the pattern because there's stitch guidebooks that'll tell you. And so basically, if you know the two stitches, you can do anything.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the bracelet I just showed is a very simple kind of braid, right? I traditionally tend to make these for two reasons because these are very easy to undo and very simplistic to put together, right? However, they're a little bit, they're not thin. There's our braids that are a little bit thinner of a braid. This is a little bit thicker, but I just
Ooh.
traditionally just make something like this. Because
Um,
there's another braid that you will see out there that's some of the YouTubers that do make bracelets traditionally make, and like these bracelets that you can actually buy. I mean, I've seen, and that actually reminds me of this story. I ran into. Okay, I guess I'll explain this because technically it relates to CR in terms of crafting and create being creative, right? I ran into an old friend, right? I went into this kind of quote unquote craft show, right? I just turned the corner, right? I didn't even
ooh.
notice at first that I knew this person until I looked up. I'm like, oh my god, it's you, right? And I'm talking to them, right? But I saw the bracelets on the table. I'm like, just talking to her sister for a while, right? I've known them when I was younger, right? They haven't seen me for a
Mm-hmm.
while, but I was just like, yeah, oh, you do this kind of braiding, and they're like, yeah, because I instinctively knew the braid as soon as I saw it, right? I didn't have the bracelets on me, so I can show them when I have, but I was just like, oh yeah, I've done this before. So we just started talking for the next half an hour and all this stuff, right? Because they did some other type of craft work and stuff like that. They're just trying to sell some craft work and stuff like that to make some extra dough, right? It was really cool to see them again, right? But yeah, I really
Cool.
should. I actually, now that I think about it, I really should talk to her and be like, "Can you teach me how to do that?" Maybe pick up a few things, right? You know.
That's
Hey,
neat.
you're talking to me, right? You're
You know,
talking what I'm saying about. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
speaking of bracelets, I used to.
Cut out there. Sunflower. You cut out there. You used to what? Well, her icon's still there. She must be having some technical issues. But yeah, well, we wait for her to finish what she was saying. Yeah. I mean, I made this bracelet that I just showed this. This was actually I've explained the story before on the channel, never in a video, but this cordage that I used for this, right, is actually cordage that I found. I'm still waiting for because I actually went camping, like kind of a public. Oh, she's
Hmm.
back. I was gonna say I actually found this when I was in a public kind of campsite, right? But the campsite next to us was abandoned, right? They already left. Their vehicle way gone for like last half an hour, right? But they left some stuff behind, and I removed it, and I found enough to make a bracelet out of it. So I never actually bought this cordage. This technically it is actually paracord, but
Hmm.
I just
I'm
found
trying
it,
to
right?
think.
But they left it behind because what actually happened was I don't think they had a lot of knowledge in terms of knot tying, right? So they just tied quote unquote granny knots, hard knots, and stuff like that. When couldn't be bothered to undo all of them. I just took the time to undo it. It just took a little bit, obviously, but in time I managed to recover that resource because this is a public campsite, quote unquote, right? If I didn't take it, and if someone else didn't take it, it would just be the landfill, right? Because you know how
Hmm.
it goes, right? Because they gotta keep the people that maintain the site for other people to use, right? They gotta clean it back up, right? Leave the place better than it looks, right? So yeah, that's why I took the time to doing it. I'm coming back to the our campsite with all this stuff. It's like, what are you doing with all that stuff, Sierra? You'll see, right? Right. So I managed to recover some of that stuff before.
That's what it was. Okay. I didn't use yarn. It was embroidery floss
Oh, okay. I've never
when I
used that
made the
before.
bracelets.
Oh, okay.
I
I
don't
see.
exactly remember I was a
Yeah.
child. My neighbors
Yeah, it's
had
been a while.
kids, and they taught me how to do it.
Yeah, I see.
But
I
you're
see.
doing it with cord?
Yeah, I mean, it's just some. Even when I was trying the knitting, that's what I used to. It's because I can actually physically see the pattern. Because sometimes yarn is, I can tell exactly which way it was going, like the where I'm going around, making the loops and all that stuff. I need to actually
Oh,
see
I
the
see
pattern,
what you're
right?
saying. Yeah.
Because the
And
cord, this cord is thicker. It is thicker, so I can actually physically see it and hopefully remember what it looks like. If
you
that makes,
know,
it was just easier. It was just easier to do it, right? If I made a mistake, I could still undo it, right?
but
Because with
you
yarn, if
don't
it's too, yeah, go
I
ahead.
get what you're saying. I'm trying to
Yeah.
think. I followed a man. His name is Stephen B. He has
Hmm.
knitting, he knits mostly. It's a yarn shop in Minnesota. I forgot what the name of his shop is. And when I was learning about this dude, he doesn't knit just with yarn. He knits with other things. Like do
He
you know a tape?
expands. Yeah,
You
so
know
he's
a
expanding.
mhm. Do you know a cassette tape? You know what
So
those
he,
are?
he braided or knitted with that.
No, I'm telling you. You
No,
know
I know what it
inside.
is.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
what it
okay.
is.
You know inside the tape that's inside them in the cassette
Okay,
tape. He took out
okay, okay,
he
okay,
he
okay.
knit
Just
he
wait,
was
just wait.
knitting.
I got. Yeah. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, he was knitting something. I don't know what it was, but he used that. He uses a lot of unconventional products to knit with. The point is as long as it's able to unravel, because you have to make, because it can't be in such a way where when you make the stitches it turns into a knot, so you can't unravel it if you make a mistake. You don't want to
Yeah,
frustrate
yeah,
yourself.
yeah,
So I think you might like this idea of trying with different things besides yarn.
yeah. I'll show you guys something right here. I ain't even shown it on the channel till now. Look, look.
Ooh,
If anyone's familiar with that, that's a cobra leaf type of thing. I actually just made that with wire. I was just practicing, right?
that's pretty.
Here's a pawn version of a bracelet. This is totally made from only plastic bags. I made a whole bracelet with it, including the inside of it.
That's
All right,
neat.
I just did that. Remember, since this is part, I actually had to braid it together in the first place before making the bracelet, because I had to make the line beforehand. Okay,
Hmm. You said that's
so
plastic bag?
yep, and I'm
Okay.
pretty
You
sure
know,
where you could tell where this gray came from.
okay.
This is
You
something
want to
I
know
just did.
something about that?
Yeah.
You were saying you wanted to learn to crochet?
Well, because like I said, sunflowers. I mean, I can braid, so knitting and crocheting should not be that far of a stretch for me.
Okay,
It's
I
just
got something
the
to
pattern.
tell you.
It's just yeah. Go ahead.
Because you said you were making that bracelet out of plastic bags. What people do is they take a plastic bag and they use a cutter and they make strips out of the plastic bags and they reuse it, and it's called plarn,
Yeah,
plastic yarn, get it? And they
yeah,
crochet
yeah.
out of them, and they'll crochet out of the bags.
I've seen videos where they actually crochet a mat for homeless people. That's actually one of the other things. I'm not saying I would do that specifically for that reason, but because I think I could use it as a way to create stuff for stuff that I put on the channel. You know what I mean?
Right. Uh-huh. I think you would like that because you like to do a lot of reusing. And this would flow with your channel. It's called Plarn.
Yeah,
Plarn. Plarn.
yeah, plastic yarn. Yeah, yeah. I've shown
Mm-hmm.
porn on the channel many times. I've shown it on Instagram too. So just
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's just I'm seeing lots of video, but a lot of people are starting to like crochet with it. I think I actually need to do it because making a bracelet is kind of quote unquote one dimensional compared to like crocheting is wider, right? It's not just a single line.
I get what you're saying. So if you want not one dimensional and you want to crochet, Um, I know you like to do things for reusing, but if you actually just wanted to do it for the way it is, you might want to get into amigurumi. Then you
I
could
mean, what?
amigurumi. It's a Japan. Okay, in Japan, um, they might also consider it knitting. Like, you ever see people that said, I knitted this and it looks like a kid's toy, like it's a stuffed something, like it could be a dragon or it could be a
Teddy bear.
farm
Let's say
animal.
teddy bear, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
people call those things amigurumi, but sometimes amigurumi is little cute things. Like, you might make like, it looks like you made a little mini cup of coffee, and the coffee cup part might have a face on it, and they do little cute things. If you like
hmm
dimensional, then you might like amigurumi.
Well, I mean, also I could apply it to the channel where I won't make it quote unquote something like a teddy bear, but maybe I'll make something three dimensional like a CR, actual CR,
Maybe.
kind of something like
Actually, you
that,
want to
right?
know something funny? Um,
Hmm.
since you garden and all, people who do amigurumi and different things, sometimes, and you can also do this with knitting, people will knit flowers, or they will knit or
Baskets.
crochet flowers. And
Oh, okay.
there are patterns out there for sunflowers. And it's not because my name is Sunflowers. You had sunflowers in your garden.
Yeah. Yeah.
So sometimes people do that.
Okay, I see.
hmm
Okay.
You know who can crochet?
Hmm.
You were there, weren't you? Our friend Go Fish Office's mother.
Oh, I didn't
Didn't you
realize
see that?
her
Didn't you see
I
that part of the? Weren't you there for that stream where she showed the fish?
think I saw it, but I didn't realize she made it. Okay. Yeah,
That
okay.
fish, that fish
Yeah, yeah,
she
yeah.
was showing. That's an example of amigurumi.
Okay, 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 then. Okay. No, I think it's because if I learn it and proficient at it, I can start experimenting and making things quote unquote that I want to make.
That's true.
That's why.
You
Yeah, right, right. Because a lot of the time, I'm not saying guys don't knit or crochet or anything. I know some of the people I follow here on YouTube or whatever, right? They do a lot of preparedness or survival related stuff, and they've said even on their own videos, right? Yeah, I'm a guy that knows how to knit, but I'm also a guy that knows how to fabricate, work with metal, work with tools too, right? So I kind of like that because I'm always a big proponent that these creation things that we do, right? Whatever it is, fabrication, editing, gardening, these forms of creating, right? Almost anyone can do. That doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your gender, right? We all can do something similar to that, right? We're all capable of doing it, right? It just takes the time to actually learn it, right? It's like learning how to knit, right? Because most of the time, when you think of knitting, you think of females doing it, right? You know what I mean, Sunflower? And everyone in the
yes.
side chat? Because I'm trying to break that stereotypical view of, like, you know, if you're got, you, you know what I mean? Like, guys don't sew, right? Or whatever. I mean, or whatever, right? Unless you're a tailor, right? Because most of the videos you see out there, they're females doing it,
You know,
doing the knitting and the sewing, right?
I have to say
Yeah.
that when it comes to those sort of things, especially like in the fiber arts community, those kind of projects like knitting, crocheting, lacework,
hmm
tatting, a long, long time ago, in like the Gilded Age time, men used to do those things because men
Yeah.
were the ones that were doing the economy stuff and trading, and men used to
Okay.
do those skills. I think it wasn't until these things became more westernized, like in modern times, like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever. And then we started to have these gender role stereotypes, so to speak. But if
Yeah.
you actually know the history of some of these things, all kind of people used to do them. And
Yeah. I
and
think I want
sometimes
to. I want to show that. That's the reason why I want to try to. bring this into the channel, right? This is why I've been bringing in like a lot of the sewing stuff, right? So you see me do some gardening stuff. I mean, I've shown me making stuff with wood, right? So wood crafting, something, woodworking, something along the lines. Even if it's really basic, right?
Hmm.
But it's to show that I can do this, but hey, I enjoy the sewing part too, right?
To
I
me,
have
it
a sewing
doesn't
project right
matter.
beside me.
It
Ah,
doesn't matter
okay
that
then.
you're a guy and you could sew, or,
Some
like a
PP.
guy can cook. I personally think if you want to learn how to do these things and it makes you happy, it shouldn't matter if you're a guy or a girl, straight or gay. Because a lot of people
Yeah.
will think, I just want to point this out. A lot of
No,
people
I get it.
think
I get it.
that if you're going to knit or crochet, oh, you must be gay. That some men are
That
gay,
stereotypical
but that
view.
doesn't mean you have to be. Because I used to listen to a guy and he did a podcast called It's a Pearl Man. And he was out of Boston, Massachusetts, and he
Hmm.
was not gay. He liked to do it because you were saying you liked the dimensions. And he was like into graphic design, and he wanted to
Okay.
make a sock puppet, and he liked the idea that things could be dimensional. So
Yeah.
do
Okay.
what makes you happy, and you will find people that will appreciate what you do.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I posted a few sewing videos earlier this year, right? I mean, some of them were just mending repairs, right? But then there was one that was a full project. But the one that's a full project, which actually I have a sample, another sample of one that I'm doing right now, right? It was
Hmm.
just something that just came to mind, right? I just tried it out, right? And like I said earlier, before you showed up as a panel member, that I tried searching that out. I couldn't find anything similar to that. I mean, I'm not saying no one's done it. Don't get me wrong. Probably someone in time has done it. Don't get me wrong, right? I can't be the first one, obviously, but it was just like, because like when Idaho Garden Girl was here earlier, right? Like I said, she wrote a message to me when as a comment. And she's like, I didn't know this was possible. I'm like, yeah, neither did I. Until I started trying it, right? And I realized this is totally possible. But applying those skills into something, right? And discovering something out of it, right? To me, there's something about that. Because then it starts to unlock more doors, as they say. You're unlocking more doors of possibilities, and the next thing you know, you're expanding, quote unquote, upgrading from those, right? And so right now, compared to what I showed in that video, I'm working on a different version that's even more elaborate, right? But it's based on what that video showed, right? Because I had to start it like that. I had to make the base form of it, right? So basically, I'm taking this base and expanding upon that base, right? Hopefully that makes
That's
sense,
cool.
right? I mean, like, I remember this one time I was sewing at my friend's place who's a guide, and there was a girl there too, and she's like, "See, are you sewing?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, and she's like, "Cool," right? Because I think it was the first time, well, that she seen me sew, but that she knew someone that she actually knew a guy that knew how to sew and actually did it. And I'm talking about hand sewing, right? I'm not talking about using a sewing machine, right? You know,
Right.
there's a degree of skill in hand sewing, right? So don't I'm not saying a sewing machine isn't useful or anything, but a sewing machine, you know, the machine's doing the stitching for you, right? You still need a degree of skill to make sure it's level, lined up, allowing seam allowance, and stuff like that, right? But hand sewing has it's more hands on, right? You do need a degree of skill to know what you're doing in terms of let's say if you're doing back stitches, running stitches, invisible or ladder stitches,
My
which
mom
I've
could
shown
do
on the channel.
stuff like that. My
Yeah,
mom was good at that. Cause in school I had to take 4-H. Where you learn. Some people learn macrame. I one year I did cross stitch, and I taught my mother how to cross stitch. You're basically just making X's. You could have where you count, or you could
yeah.
have a pattern on your can. I think it's a canvas you use. I don't remember. And then
Hmm.
you could follow the pattern. That's so it doesn't matter. But my mother, for my teddy bear project, she's like, I'm going to outline this for you. And she did some sort of like backstitch, or it was really cool. My mom learned how to do all that because she also was a stay at home mom. And she had time, I guess, to do that stuff. She could needlepoint, she could do crewel work. The one where you're with the canvas, oh, what is it called? Needlepoint? My mom could, I don't know if she could crochet.
Well,
I, but I know she knitted.
yeah. This reminds me. See, unfortunately, I don't have that pouch anymore because it got stolen because I left it at someone's place and it mysteriously went missing. It's a pouch that I made from scratch with no template. I just cut the fabric in the right spot and hand sewed it together. Right. I've shown this on the channel before.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, I do not physically have it anymore because of obvious reasons. But I remember one of my auntie's relatives came over, right, and I showed her it, right. She's like, she was so impressed, right, because yeah, don't get me wrong, I have other relatives that know how to sew, knit, and stuff like that, right, but mostly it's on the female side, right. So when she saw that I did it, right, you know, for example, she's like, really surprised, right? She's like, "Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool, Sierra," because you know she knew our other family members did it, right? You know, relatives did it, right? But they're all female, right? So seeing that I do this and seeing that I did this from scratch, right? And I said, "Yeah, I did this by hand, right? All hands sewn together, right? And stuff like that." She's like, "Yeah." And the reason why I made it is because I needed something a little bit more customized. Yeah, don't get me wrong, you can buy stuff, right? But sometimes it's not exactly what you want. It's not quite the dimensions you want, something like that, right? Or you need something specifically with certain dimensions, right? And you can't just go to, a box store or order it online in terms of the right size, right? Because it'll either be too big, too small, lacking a pockets, not quite what you want, right? So that's why I made it. Because if you look at that video, I actually show putting a tablet in there, right, and stuff like that. I kind of wish I still had that, but then again, since I've created it from scratch at least once, I can do it again if I have the materials. And apparently, I want sunflower there. Hey, Lisa, how are you doing, lovely Lisa Warrior Queen? Did the Oh, she's back at the
Yes.
stage. Welcome back. Yeah. So yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. I'm
Sorry
assuming
about
you
that.
heard me.
Every once
I'm
in a
assuming
while
you
when
heard
I'm
my story.
on here, no,
Yeah, I got it.
yes, it's
It's cool.
not you. It's every once
It's
in a
cool. It's
while
cool.
when I'm on here, I get kicked off.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. And
Um,
remember, Sunflower, I had issues earlier trying to even
yeah.
start the stream.
Um,
So
but you
it's all
know
good.
what?
Yeah.
You were saying about you being a dude and this person seeing you do it as a dude. I think the more exposure we give to people, like people shouldn't be embarrassed. They shouldn't go, "Oh, I'm a man and most men don't do this, so I'm going to keep the skill set to myself." If you put yourself out there and just go, hey, I also do these things, people will get inspired by you, you know?
Well, because I always see these things that we create out there, right? That virtually, and I say virtually, anyone can do. If you have the dexterity like sewing, right? If you got arthritis, that's one thing, right? I get that, but if you're able to and have the time to learn it, you can do it too, right? I think it's because some people just don't have the inclination of like wanting to learn the skill or learn it, right?
Right.
But I think if you
Or,
practice enough, because I think if you create what you want to create, right? Like if I see a video out there of someone making something out of pink, I'm like, no, I don't want to make it out of pink, but I'll make it out of this cool black color that I can get. Instead of this pattern, I'll make something what I want to make, right? If that makes any sense.
mhm, right. This is
Because,
what I want
I
to
mean,
do. You see this?
yeah, okay.
See how it says, be happy?
Yeah, I'll still wait for a little bit. Oh, yeah,
That
I see what you
is
mean.
That is a stamped crochet kit, and this is what I want to
Okay.
make. This is going
Oh,
to be
okay.
one of my new projects soon. I think I'm gonna refresh myself because when I learned how to crochet, I was in sixth grade, and I'm gonna refresh myself, and then I think I'm gonna go to the park and sit outside and do this.
Yeah, I mean, I remember learning some sewing when I was back as a kid. I'm just kind of re-engaging myself into doing it nowadays.
Hmm.
But unlike school, I could do what I want to make. I think that's why really want to persuades me to want to do it more often. Is because I'm creating what I want to make, the patterns I want to make, adding in certain things I want to add in, right?
Right.
Because
That's the whole
school,
point of
if you
these
when you're doing
things.
it in school, because doing it in school, you have to do what the criteria allows you to do, right?
Basically, let me see if I remember. I think what happened was we learned the basics of uh crochet. No, what do I keep saying crocheting? Cross stitch, because we have to do a show at the end of this. And I remember, I think we got to pick our own patterns to do. We just
Okay,
learned the basics together, and then I think we picked our own. I didn't, because I don't think everyone in my class was doing teddy bears. I did it. And if I ever,
okay,
and if I ever figure out what I did with it, it's somewhere in the house. I'm gonna put it up, and I'll send you a picture. I just don't know where we
okay,
put
okay.
it because my mom's not around anymore, and I don't remember where we
Yeah.
put it. And uh, because my mother didn't know how to cross stitch, I taught her, and she got so happy about it that she made me a bears. She made me
Aw.
her own her own. Of course, she followed a pattern. I want to say if I can find that one too, I'll show you. I think they were bears that were dancing, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
see,
mean, I'm
that's the
lucky
whole
enough.
thing. Somebody does
So
something, and then you inspire
yeah.
somebody, and then everybody's creating. And I think creation also helps bring joy to the world.
Well, it's not just that. It kind of it feels like it unlocks the possibilities of doing something, right? Because you're able to do create something more customized to your own needs or wants of the project, right? You're not just buying something that's been mass produced in a factory or whatever with a set template, with set dimensions, right?
I agree
You
with
know,
all of that.
like a pouch or something like, for example, a pouch, right? I can go to a dollar store and get a pouch, something like that. I can go online or whatever, right? But it may not have the colors, the pattern that I want, the size, right? Because it's those are fixed dimensions, right? Because they have to sell it for whatever the reason. Like a phone case, not a phone case, but like a digital camera case, for example, right? These little pouches that you would put like a old school digital camera in that no one
Yeah,
uses
you're not
anymore,
wrong.
practically. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Those are set dimensions, right? But I'm talking about
but
making something like this, like that, but bigger that you could put like your
here's
phone
the thing with
into or your
CR.
tablet into. Yep.
But
Yeah.
CR, a lot of times though, with like knitting, and you could follow the same advice for crocheting, like you'll get the dimensions for the pattern, and sometimes you want to follow it exactly, but you don't have to use the same yarn because sometimes it's too expensive, or your neighborhood doesn't have this yarn at the store you go to, or you
Yeah.
can't find it online.
Or
And
you
so
don't have enough
that's
length.
also that's
Yeah.
also a way you can be creative is you have the parameters to follow a project, but then you put your own spin on it.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the reason why I want to kind of learn that is because not only is it three dimensional, but it'd be really cool if I had access, found, had enough actual wool. I'm talking about real wool, like 100% wool. I can actually, I would be actually be able to make an actual min. Let's just say a min. That's something easy enough, something I could use and stuff like that, right? Because if I could do that, it would give me the confidence to keep going, right? Because it's just like, especially when I show people, they're like, "Oh, you did this? That's so cool!" Right? It would give me the confidence, right? Because people think it's cool, it's functional, right? Maybe it looks nice too, fashionable, right? it would give me some more motivation to keep doing that now. Because sunflower, I guess I'm lucky. I still have my parents right now, right? Knock on wood, right? Right. But my dad knows that sort of how to knows how to sew. Basically, my mom sews better, right? They will actually ask me to like mend something, or they'll bring it over to me and be like, "Hey, can you mend this here or whatever?" Right? Because they know that I'll take more time at it, right? They've seen me doing it in person too, right? And stuff like that. And they're
Okay,
like,
CR, if you want to actually know how to make mittens, then you're going to have to make a commitment to knitting. And you might have to, like, because you're going to
I'm
need
I'm just
double.
I'm just saying for example. For
Yeah,
example,
but
that
if
would
that's what
be
you really want to do, you have to have double pointed needles. So you have to make a tiny little investment here.
no, don't get me wrong. I do have sewing needles. I just need the skill, right? I get the gear to doing it, the resources, but I need the skill to put it together, right?
But that's what I'm saying. You need double pointed knitting needles to make mittens. Yes, and
Mhm.
mittens can be very elaborate or not. It depends on what you
I
want to
mean,
do.
I'm just saying mittens would be more functional for me and a little bit more simple than trying to make gloves right away, right? Because gloves are a little bit more complicated.
Okay, now wait a minute. I got an idea. If you want to do something functional and you're just
Hmm.
starting out knitting, you might want to consider doing winter hats. That might be easier. Winter hats can be made also with double pointed needles,
Oh, something like a toque or something like that, right?
but I have heard people make hats by using a knitting loom, and that takes a
Yeah,
lot less
yeah.
time.
No, of course, right? I mean, with that kind of piece of tool like that, right? I
But
know I follow someone on here on the YouTube on Instagram, right? So they've shown their loom that they have, right? I was like, man, if I had something like that, but obviously that's a machine, quote unquote machine doing it, right?
well, wait a
I still
minute.
want to learn.
When
I still want to learn how to hand do it, but then in
Wait a
time
minute.
have
Wait a
something like
minute.
that.
Hold on. When you
All right.
use when you use the loom,
Mhm.
you actually have a little tool, and you have to loop
Yeah, the shuttle.
the
The shuttle
you
that
have
goes back across, right? To make that
no,
that
not that. No, no. You when you
oh,
use a knitting loom, you have a little tool, and you have to take your yarn and put it over a peg.
because I remember in quote unquote history class learning about like how what's that called the loom old school looms and the flying shuttle and all that stuff. I remember that from school, right? I kind of remember that kind of stuff while we were learning about English history, right?
I
Like
don't
British.
know about shuttles, but
No, that's what that. I think that's what it's called, flying shuttle, right? Because it goes
unless you're
across.
thinking of weaving, unless you're thinking of that little thing they do for weaving,
Yeah,
where it goes.
because it goes back across, then you slide it back down to lock it in place, then it repeats the pattern, right? That's
Uh,
so you
Wait a
you keep
minute.
the stitching next to each other,
I'm
right? So
trying
it's
to
nice and tight.
think, and I'm not exactly familiar with all of this, but that might be what you're describing. Could be how a knitting machine works. That kind of sounds like a
Yeah,
knitting machine, but I'm not totally sure because I don't use a knitting machine. See, some knitting machines are kind of like a loom, but not a loom. And others are where it's back
I
and
think I
forth.
know. Yeah, the channels that I follow that will actually do that, they're Canadian too. I mean, like it's really
Yeah,
cool, right? Because
Canadians really love knitting. I don't know what it is, but Canadians really love to knit. There's a lot
I
of
think it's
Canadians out
because
there
we get
and
winter here.
that knit.
It's because the winter is here. It gives us
You
something
know
to
what?
actually do,
You
but
know what
later
though?
later.
That's
Yeah.
probably that's probably true because a lot of Canadians, yeah, they do sweaters, hat. Yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
true. Hmm.
because they actually want to use it, all right, or give it to
However,
someone else
though,
to use.
CR,
Yeah,
it just because you come from cold climate doesn't stop the people from hot climates. Like this lady I know, she's in Texas and she knits and crochets and does all that. Because you can do other things. You could do accessories, you can do warmer weather clothes. The sky's the limit with these crafts, really. Like you were
See that
saying,
that's
do what you
why
want.
that's one of these reasons why I enjoy creating, because it allows me to unlock this creativity part of me a lot more, because I can try different things out, right? And as I learn, I gain experience, build upon those things. But like
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like I create a base form of said pattern, whatever it is, something simple or whatever. Then I expand upon that. And the next thing you know, I'm making other things with it. Then I'm expanding my horizons, not just in the creativity, but what I'm crafting, making as a maker, right? You know what I
TR,
mean?
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
My advice is if you want to do it that way, I would say get a little notebook journal. And when you're doing these
Hmm.
things, so you are aware, make like a little trial and error, like I did this today and this worked. So that way you'll know. And then it's
Yeah.
fun
Yeah.
to look back because that's what I want to do. When I'm going to learn how to, for example, um, uh, somebody told me if you're going to learn to crochet, you might want to learn how to make granny squares because they're if you know the basics of crochet, it's not going to hurt you time wise. And if you can't figure it out,
Yeah.
it's
It,
easy
yeah.
to
Yeah.
fix.
I wanted to learn how to knit or crochet a square
And
first,
what somebody told
right?
me was,
That'd be something, right? Before I start making a mitt, three
right.
dimensional.
So somebody told me if you have granny squares, you don't have to make each one the same, then at some point you're going to have so many, you can put them together for something. Maybe it's a washcloth. Maybe you'll save it for a bigger project for a blanket. So sometimes, because since you want to trial and error things, you might want to try making certain things and then piecing whatever you're going to make together for your own design. I think you would like that. You would probably be good
Well,
if you can do these
when
things. I would say you should probably learn how to design your own pattern. I think that's what you might like.
maybe in time, right? Maybe in time. Yeah, try try
You
that
don't
out.
have to learn how to design your own pattern, but it sounds like that's what you would enjoy.
I'll show you guys later. Why not? Once I show
And
it later.
and speaking of that, let's say you tell me you want to do that. There's a book I found at my library. It's
Yeah.
it's a brand new book that teaches you how to do it.
See this right here? I
That's
I put this together. See, I've already shown parts of the video on how to start something like this, right? But this is all reclaimed material. This was never originally a mitt, by the way. I connected all these pieces together to create it, right? The sorry, it's black, so and I don't have the greatest lighting right here in this area, but the bottom right here, this kind of what's that called? Oh, come on, I should remember the word. Come on, David Pearson says it all the time. Let's just call it edging. No, that edging is a landscape term. Uh, oh, come on. But anyways, the edge of the the edge of this min is actually just from a sock. I reclaimed a nice back stitch together around it, right? And this is more elaborate than the version I've shown in the video. This is actually more elaborate because there's a lot more to this than what I've shown, right? But this would be based on upon the base form of the that myth that I've shown in the video. You see what I mean? All right, way more elaborate. I mean, hold on a second. Let me put this. Let me put this on. I mean, when I wear it, right, it's obviously this is conformed to my hand, right? You know what I mean? If I was making it for someone else, I would have to have it would have to be sized for someone else, right? This is sized for me to use, but this is just something I did, right? And I started to learn something, right? This, obviously, it's a min, right? What makes it more elaborate than what I've shown in a video that I've shown earlier this year, right? I'm trying to remember the title of it right now. But the idea was I made it more elaborate by actually adding insulation into it, adding more layers to it, so it's actually technically warmer than the versions I showed before, but it's based upon what I showed before. So technically, if you've seen the video where I showed how to make the base form of it, you can actually make this too, because it's just adding more stitching in, more material around it, right? Because I made this for functionality purposes, right? And I'm working on a version of this right now, right? I know I'm working on bin in the middle of when it's springtime, but it's just something I do, right? You know what I mean? I plug in my phone, so it's just something I do know. So and the thing is, these are just reclaimed materials, by the way, right? I'm not using fresh material for this, right? It's just to show that it's possible to do that, right? Because the thing is that the reclaimed items I use, if I didn't reuse them, and if they weren't used quote unquote as reg, they would have been destined for a landfill, by the way. So these items were safe from landfill, by the way, and put from what many people or some people out there would consider as a useless state because it's got holes in it, it's ripped, whatever, it doesn't fit, whatever, back into the useful state. And this is one of the things I'm a big proponent of on the channel, right? Oh, reusing stuff. So I made something out of it, right? Converted it, yeah, converted it, as a theory, back into a useful state, right? And now it's not be functional again, right? I mean, I still have to make the left side, a matching left side with it, but in time, hopefully I could be able to do that too, right? And have a matching left side, or at least something very similar, right? I mean, I still have to try it out. Unfortunately, I made these after it got warmer out, so I have no idea how warm they are until it actually gets cold again. But they should be warmer. I don't know how warm, but they should be warmer. Because one of the things in the wintertime, I can't believe I'm talking about winter in the middle of like May, but whatever. But it's my stream. One of the things that your fingers and your thumb cold first because they're further away from your palm, right? So one of the reasons I tried this out is because I was like, you know what? I always have these issues of getting like sometimes getting frostbite or frost nip on the back of my hand or back of my fingers, right? Because they're further away from the palm. So this is why I've added an insulation into it. So hopefully it would retain more heat, if that makes any sense, right? I mean, like I said, I'll have to wait until it actually gets cold, right? I can't try it right now because it's way too warm outside. I need to. I probably have to wait until it's well below freezing, right? Because then I can start comparing it to our commercially available gloves I have, or commercially made, probably made with a sewing machine, mass produced or whatever, right? And just to see the difference, right, in terms of warmth, right? Because let's just say this mitt that I just showed, if it can handle on its own without anything additional like air insulation or glove underneath or anything like that, if if it's good to like let's say 0 Fahrenheit -17 Celsius, I'll be like, hey, that's not so bad. Because some of these air gloves I have that are relatively similar in size and dimensions and material, my hand starts getting cold when it's not as cold. You know what I mean? So stuff like that I'm trying to figure out just by doing it, right? But but the thing is I won't know until it actually happens, right? I have to test it out, right? And stuff like that. So it's just one of these things I've been doing off camera a lot. When I'm watching live streams and on the side chats and stuff like that, or just kind of chilling, watching a movie or something like that, right? Just relaxing kind of deal, right? It's the thing I do. But the thing is, I'm just using reclaimed materials, right? So actually, even the thread's reclaimed, by the way, right? The only thing probably quote unquote bought was the sewing needle, right? The thread's reclaimed, the materials reclaimed, right? I just applied the skills of sewing with the knowledge of what I've learned in the past and the experience I've learned in the past and applying it to this project by expanding on the base form that I've shown earlier this year. So it's just something I've been doing more and more, expanding upon what I've learned before and elaborating it a little bit more, kind of a next version of it, enhancing it, words like that. So I hope that makes sense. Yes, I know you're still there. You're probably just listening. It's all cool. And I appreciate everyone dropping by the way. I see all you guys, by the way. I know GP, Lisa, you've been in here. Lovely Lisa. It was nice to see you guys. Alright. So so if you're actually watching this on the replay right now and catching this part of it, you just saw something I haven't even shown. You probably won't even see it for a while. If I even show it at all later in the year, right? You might not even see it until I show it later outside, right? Because I still need to test it outside. I know it's warm. I just need to see how warm is it when it's like minus 20 Celsius, minus 2 Fahrenheit, right? Because if it's still warm and it's windy and, kind of deal, for the time I'm outside, let's say an hour or two, yeah, that would give me good motivation to keep trying, right? Because it's working, right? It's functional. I'm adding functionality to it, right? And since I made this with reclaimed, used material, right? That means I can do it again if I have the same materials again, because I've already done it once, right? I know the procedure on how to set it up. For example, you know, I know how to do the back stitching or whatever, right? No, I know certain little things is like, oh yeah, I need to, you know, pin or close this gap that I have and sew it together and do all the stuff that is shown in that video, right? As a quick recap of it, right? And do all the stuff, stitch this all together, right? Take the time to doing it, right? Now, I'm not saying you can't do this with a sewing machine. You probably could. I just wanted to see if I could do this hand. I wanted to learn this the hand sewing part of it, right? Because not everyone has a sewing machine, treadle type of sewing machine or whatever, right? But if you got a sewing needle and some thread to use, or something you like thread to use, and you have the time and skill, you could pull this off relatively, maybe even in one day, if you took the time all day to do something like this, right? Uh, I think I'll only go until the top of an hour. I didn't even realize it. Did I seriously just have a random stream that went for 3 hours? Yeah, I just did. And then the first half of the stream is like more random, and then the back half is talking about being creative. Yeah, yeah. So it's like I said, it's just something I do now, and I really do enjoy this. Like I said, and I say this time and time because as I've learned to do this kind of stuff, sewing, braiding, re-embracing it as something I enjoy doing, right? I realize more and more I enjoy this as much as I enjoy editing, all right? I mean, I can talk about sewing as much as I can talk about editing or braiding, right? I have some knowledge behind it. I know the technical terms that they use, and stuff like that, I know what kind of braid this is. It's a zipper chain sennit type of braid, right? Easy to deploy kind of bracelet that I have, right? A version of a bracelet I have. Actually, yeah, I can actually deploy this right so quick. I mean, I'm not gonna undo this right now. I've shown people in backstage or private chats about this before, where I've actually shown unbraiding it and rebraiding it back together, right? Stuff like that. So, I mean, I haven't done a sewing type of live stream for a while, but because that takes a while. That would be a whole like as long as this stream is kind of deal with this show like from start to finish in real time, right? Not fast forward like I did in my videos, right? And obviously, I have to compress all that time together. Because I'm mildly doubting someone's gonna watch me so in real time. That's not a live stream. That's just a static video. That's like an hour long. Well, maybe I should try that out just to see my analytics on that, and my audience retention on that. Maybe I'll get some more WT if I do that. But I have a feeling no one's gonna sit there to watch specifically that, right? They're there to kind of learn how to do it, what I made out of it, right? So, it's just something I do. Like I said, I enjoy sewing as much as I enjoy braiding to a certain degree, to cooking, to working with wood, trying to make stuff out of it, right? I mean, even when I was younger, like, well, I can't show it right now because, well, I could if I bring it in, I could show it, but I still have this old bird's nest, quote unquote, bird house that I made when I was younger. I still have, it's faded, don't get me wrong, but it's still kicking around. It's one of all the things I've made when I was younger. It's one of the things I just kept around just because it always reminds me of something good, right? It was wood shop, right? Working with wood, right? But this is where I learned how to use uh, what's that called? I think that was a band song. Using the buffer and stuff like that, learning about angles, applying that math skill in terms of angles and stuff like that, measurements, right? Measuring twice, cut once, kind of deal. Which side of the wood should I use? Oh, this is gonna be the side that's facing the audience or people, right? So I want to use the good side out, right? Put the bad side on the inside of said well, it would have been the ceiling of the birdhouse, right? So they'll put that on the inside, so hide that imperfections of the wood and stuff like that. Just stuff I did back then, and I'm re-embracing that when I did that back then more and more because it's just it's bringing joy back into what I do, right? Maybe even a sense of meaning, right? And that's why I wanted to share that with you folks out there because you know people have asked me, it's like, what do you do on your channel, right? They see this channel name, right? And I've explained this time and time at times again. I've explained it on different live streams and stuff like that. But there's a creation side to me, and then there's a functionality or preparedness side to me, right? This is why the channel is named like this. And this is why in the past I've said, creating up to 98.6% of the time, right? Because actually I do enjoy doing stuff like that, right? I'm not saying I do it all the time. I do have my downtime where I'm relaxing, I still gotta sleep. I'm still going for a walk or something like that or help people out. But if I got this time, I'll try to create something, right? Even if it's 5 minutes to just kind of do another line of stitches on something like I've shown earlier, right? Just kind of slowly finish off the project, right? And slowly get that done as much as possible. Yes, I gotta make sure my phone's charging here. Somehow I still got two people in the chat randomly. They're probably just listening to me or working in the background. They're probably just listening to me right now, just rambling on. It's like, oh yeah, okay, I see, I see. You know. And again, like I said, if you're watching this on the replay, you can timestamp this spot right here, and I'll know because I remember when I asked my audience to timestamp what I just said, what when I say timestamp, yeah, I know when I said it, right? Because I tend to remember what I said in the live streams for what it is, right? Because I'm making the content right now, obviously. And no, I did not script any of this. By the way, this is just coming on the top of my head right now. This is why this is a live chit chat with me, or a live late night chit chat with me, right? So it's just me just expressing it. It's not really a rant. It's not complaining, but this is just me expressing this kind of side of me a little bit more. But I don't usually have enough time to show or tell tell about in a video because I'm trying to keep the videos more concise, to the point, and stuff like that. Usually they're to about specific DIY, specific topic, specific reason why I'm showing that video, right? This is more an open live stream, so I can kind of venture into this kind of background about me or backstory, whatever you want to call it, right? Stuff like that. Oh, looks like I lost Sunflower there. I do appreciate Sunflower joining me. That was very. She gave me some more insight and stuff like that. And of course, it's always nice to bounce some ideas off panel members and stuff like that. Keep the chat going. Oh, she's back. You there? I'm assuming you're there. I don't see your icon. And I only sent the link to one person, so I'm pretty sure I'm not randomly getting someone coming in. So I'm assuming it's her. But I mean, and one of these other things for anyone that hasn't seen my sunflower video, yes, just because sunflower's there, I guess I'll mention the sunflower video. That sunflower video that I've showed. Now I'll probably elaborate more because I'm actually planning on a video that elaborates more on it, and I probably won't go into great detail behind it, right? But even doing something like that, right? I mean, I learned so much just from doing a video like that because not only did I learn a different way to germinate something that doesn't involve soil, so it's soilless, no dirt, and it's not the standard thing that you might see out there about using a paper towel. I actually did this through a different method. I'm actually retrying it again just to repeat the process, just to see was that a fluke or can I reproduce these results time and time again, right? Just so just to eliminate was that just a fluke, a one-off, or something like that, right? So I'm trying it again. It's actually sitting in my room, but I have to wait for it to germinate and sprout first, just to see. Maybe in time I'll show that video too. It's just something I just tried it out. I didn't really see it per se, quote unquote, in a video. I just kind of adapted some information, something else, way doing something, and I went with what I have, and I'm just like, yeah, in theory this could work. It has similar characteristics, right? Because in terms of a seed, for example, right? In terms of gardening, a seed, whatever type of seed it is, right? It needs to be hydrated, right? Soften up the outside shell of it, and have the heat involved in terms of warmth to trigger that seed to want to germinate. It's like, oh, I got the right conditions to want to germinate. Now I'll germinate, start making that root, or what's that called? Yeah, root. And then obviously you would see it break away from its shell or outer membrane that contains the seed itself, right? So in this case, it would be a sunflower, for example. But the thing is, I need to actually try this out with our seeds too and see if that works. Is this just going to be specifically with sunflowers only, right? But it was really cool to see that come together. And not only that, I know the new way of doing the editing part of it, right? So that this video, I mean, I probably won't really say it in the video because I'll keep the video more technical in terms of how I did it, but that doing something like that allowed me to understand, hey, maybe I can germinate this in a different way that's not well known, right? It's not the paper towel type of method, or let's say not a tissue, a napkin, for example, right? And it's not using soil, so it's soilless, right? So because it's soilless, I don't have to worry about something like gnats because gnats are grown, it's a soil born kind of thing, right? It's soilless, so there shouldn't be gnats because there's no soil. So there may be benefits like that, which I was really interested in, right? And it's an item that readily could be accessible to most people, right? Right. Maybe not quite as common as a paper towel or a napkin, but there could be some other benefits to it that you wouldn't get from a paper towel or a napkin because it's a different type of growing material or medium for it. And like I said about the editing side, for anyone that's seen that video, I made that intro not quite 100% from scratch, but a good 95% from scratch, right? I just I just tried something out, a different way of making something, and I was just kind of shoot BSing about it and just trying it out as it's trying it out, right? And the next thing I knew, I'm like, what you guys don't realize is that I actually made that intro, experimented with that intro before I made one body of the video, because I realized I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do something, right? And I was just like, it just came together, right? Because I actually made the intro before I actually shot the main part of the video. As anyone, you be aware of that, right? I mean, I shared some little background pictures of it via Instagram. I was just kind of kidding around with some people, with some other people I follow and stuff like that. They know who they are, stuff like that. If they're randomly listening to this part of it, you know who I'm talking to because they see what it was beforehand. I was kind of joking around with them and stuff like that. But all jokes aside, I was just trying something out because I saw something else on the YouTube side about editing. I was just like, you know what? Maybe I can apply this into a video right away. And not only that, bring two things together: the editing part and the gardening part of it, right? So I got my hands physically dirty because you could see me what I was doing, right? I didn't have gloves on. You could see I'm physically handling the dirt, the soil that I was using and stuff like that. But you also see as part of the intro, outro kind of feel of the video, right? That I was kind of expressing some creativity through that. You know, yes, I took some time to doing that video, and I think I got typically better response to that video in terms of views, audience retention, how many views came right away, and all that stuff, right? I still have a few comments that came by a couple of days later about it, and I was just like, you know what? I kind of like this, and therefore, yes. Hi all. Yes. Therefore, are you actually still there, by the way, Sunflower? Because your icon not there, and you're muted. So, and you just typed in the side chat. Maybe you're just listening, let me talk. You can chime in, by the way. That's why I invited you in the
Oh,
first place.
hello.
Yeah, that's why I invited you in the first place, Sunflower. I was just like, I
I
thought you were
know.
just doing something,
I know I
that
had
you
to
didn't
take
want to
care of
do.
something and it was too noisy. And so I didn't want to
Yeah, I get
disrupt
that. I
chat
understand. Yeah. I get that. That's out of
because
respect, right? That's out of respect.
I have to finish up house chores while we're chatting because this
No,
is
it's
the
all
only
good. It's
time
all
I have to do it.
no, that's all good. It's all good. It's all good, right? It's all good. I have respect for people that
I can't because with my
you kind
stupid
of broke up as
condition, I can't
yeah,
always
okay.
move my arms. No, CR. I
Oh,
most days I can't even move my arms anymore
well,
because of my dermatological condition,
hopefully.
and it causes sores all over my body. And I get in a lot of pain, so
Anyways, like I was,
which
I
is
was
sad
saying,
because I want to create. You can't imagine how every day I want to create. So I think I'm going to start with that little project. Remember I showed you earlier
you can do what
the
you can, right?
crochet,
Do what you
and
can,
then I'm
right?
going to
Not
get
everyone
back
can create
into
everything. We're not,
no, but it's
not everyone can create like.
no, but But CR, it's
Sorry, I
sad.
what? You can still hear me, right? I just my headset died.
But
You
CR,
can
it's
still hear me,
sad.
right?
CR, you were
Yeah.
talking about all this creating, and now I want to
I'm
create.
assuming you can hear me.
You know what I
I'm assuming
mean?
you can
It's
hear me.
like, yeah, I
You
can
can
hear
hear me,
you.
right? Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I
can't
have to
you hear
make
me?
sure now. Yes. Sorry, my
But as I
headset
was
died. I think it
saying,
started. So.
you're talking about all this creating, and I'm like crying inside because I want to do all this. And when
Well,
you're in pain,
I'm not trying to like sadden you about it, right? Creating should
no,
be
no. What I decided
bring you
was,
happiness because you're making something even customized or whatever, right? Or something you can functional that you can use today,
no, what I
right?
was trying to say to you was that listening to you, I decided I'm just going to try it anyways. And
Oh, I'm inspiring you. Okay. So I'm
that's
more
why,
encouraging you. Yay!
yeah, that's why I
That
showed
makes
you
me
that little
happy.
project. That's why I
That makes me
showed you
happy.
the little crochet kit I have. I also
That
have
brings
another one.
sunflower. That brings like a happy tear in my eye.
Yes,
It just makes me so happy. It makes me so happy.
thank
It
you. No,
does.
no,
It
but I'm
does. It
serious.
does. There's so I don't. There's just
I'm being
something
serious
when I
because it's a
see other
smaller
people
project.
creating now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Because it's a smaller project, maybe it won't hurt as much, and I can still do fun because I'm always in pain lately. That's why I stopped
Oh.
posting on my
Okay.
Instagram. Anyways, I also have a smaller project, but I couldn't find it. It's somewhere in my drawer.
Okay.
It's a cross stitch project, and it's in a pattern of a cupcake.
Oh, that reminds me before I forget, because I was just about to say it before I had the squirrel moment here when you came back in. Like I said, that sunflower video that I've shown more recently, right? I am planning to do how I created that intro in the first place. I might have mentioned
Ooh,
it before. Yeah, I'm gonna show how I kind of put it together, right? I'm trying to break it down. I'm working on a rough copy of it right now. I have to work on the wording of it,
yeah.
but yeah.
I hate to break it to you, but you know how you like to do things from scratch?
But that's how I
You
am.
know, like
Remember,
intros and thumbnails.
Remember, Scratch has CR in it. Remember
No,
that
no,
sunflower.
but you know how
Yeah.
you like to do that? I'm discovering now, like with my friends, somebody discovered an app. No, not an app, AI. AI. Maybe they have apps for this. It's an AI. He found it online, and you could type in words and tell it what you want, and it'll create songs for you. So now people are using those generated songs like their intros and
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've used it not specifically to make
So your
a
skill
song,
set,
but there is this one video I did back in the wintertime. This kind of like zoom out effect that was AI generated, by the way. The picture that started it
ooh,
was me,
that's
but the
surprising.
AI
That's
generated thing that's
surprising
pulling
coming
out
from
was
you.
yeah. No, but it was to sell the point better. It was what I was saying about in that video. Really short video, a little bit better, right? But
Mhm.
yeah, but I'm not afraid to tell you guys that I didn't create that from scratch, right?
No, I understand
I
that,
did,
but you
that's
enjoy,
pre-made.
but you love to do
If I
things from
created that
scratch
from
because
scratch, no, if I created that from scratch, you would see more customized uh, things into it, right? It wouldn't be so
yeah,
generic like what you saw in that video. Yes. I think you're breaking up a bit.
set. So your skills.
I'm catching like every second word here. Sorry.
Oh, well, I'm on the phone. It happens.
Yeah. Anyways, just
Sorry.
to recap what I was saying, right? I'm planning in the future. I don't know exactly. I'm planning to release it next month, obviously because we're already at the month anyways. For May, so I'll probably try to upload it. Well, try to have it publicly available, scheduled for June, if not July. We'll see how what other content I have, because I still have to record it and edit the content down, do these voiceovers and stuff like that. Because technically, since it's about editing, I actually have to show the app in it so you can follow along and stuff like that. And I'm trying to kind of explain it so more people can understand it, right? Because sometimes I know in the editing side, unless you actually do it, sometimes some people don't understand the lingo, right? The technical knowledge, right? It's just like knitting, for example, has words like phrases like cast off, right? Unless you know it or heard about it, you don't know what it is. You know, you know what I mean, and stuff like that.
Yes.
You're kind of breaking up there, so I'm only catching every second word. Sorry, but just to keep going on the conversation, right? So there's no dead air here or the empty sound spaces in the stream. It's just something I just tried actually and applied it to a video right away. Right, I was just like, it was so cool. I'm like, okay, okay, and I want to share that with my audience, my viewers, my other content creators out there, right? Show, I'm not saying you're gonna do it word for frame by frame. I was not gonna say word by word, but some exactly like that. But the idea is the concept of it, right? But adapting it to your own content, whatever you do out there, as other content creators do, right? I mean, I'll probably adapt it or apply it again in different videos in the future as applicable. It'll just be slightly different. It's not gonna be a sunflower. Maybe it's a tomato. I don't know. Whatever, right? It just when I did it, I just start to make sense, right? It just started to make sense to me, right? I just need some time to actually think of the script for it. I mean, the script will probably just write itself in terms of what I'm doing, but the wording, right, and stuff like that. I'm making sure I get the wording right, so you can follow along with something similar if you wanted to do it, right? Like I just released like back on Friday, a couple of days ago, which would be the last static no, long form content video that I have on the channel at the moment, right? Obviously, if you're watching this weeks later, that may change. But where I show about showing how to edit, well, actually, editing in the CapCut app, or as my thumbnail says, creating in CapCut, right? And you'll see this thumbnail that I made with some um,
Yep.
B-roll static stock images, yeah, with stuff I created too, right, from scratch all the way. Because you see that thumbnail. That's a picture of a phone I have, right? There's a little effect right there. That's my hand in the video, right? And some of this other stuff, right? There is there's one part of it that's kind of AI generated. I just needed something in there that was a little bit different, but you could tell. But and then there was some B-roll, and obviously there's some text, right? But I wanted to show some people out there. I mean, I knew the reception for something like that. I'm not going to reach a wider audience because I know some of my viewers out there are not editing, right? So they don't understand it, don't do it. I get that, right? But then there was other people that came by and were telling me it's like, oh, this is so cool. Or, I haven't tried this before in the editor or something like that. Or oh, I gotta try something like this out too, Sierra. Or I use CapCut too and stuff like that. I was just like, you know, I was like, oh, that's cool, that's cool. Because what I realized one of the comments, right? Yeah, she says she uses CapCut, but I went to her channel, right? Because I'm technically not subscribed, right? I watched the video, but it was about gardening, right? So it was really interesting to see, people diversify what they can do, right? You know,
Yeah.
stuff like that. That's why I'm trying to show this kind of stuff, right? Where it's different things I'm creating, and it's different forms creating, right? So it's not just the gardening. See some editing behind the scenes kind of stuff too. And besides, I wanted to show this eventually in time. I'm working on it, by the way. I'm still working on. I'm still working on. I still have to revise. Well, I still have to make a rough copy before I even revise it. But see, because I want to make sure that's as concise as possible. I mean, the last one that I just released, that was a 6-minute video, and I was pretty concise for what it was. Right, I don't go into great detail. Right, but I wanted to explain it enough so you understand the lingo and what. Right, and some of the comments I got, because I've gotten other comments because I recorded that back in January. By the way, that my last video currently on the channel, I recorded that back on January. It was already edited down. I actually originally scheduled it for April, yet I needed our content to be released first because it was more time sensitive priority, right? So I delayed it until Friday or May 25th at the time of this replay that you're probably catching this on, right? Because I'm pretty sure no one's. Well, supposedly I have 1% in the chat. So, but yeah, it's just I wanted to show that I was just like I was actually surprised some other people came by. I was like, oh, okay. So there's a little bit of interest in it, right? Because I have been asking, right, on the side, on as to my comment section, it's like, do you want to see more of this, right? Would you see like to see more of this? Kind of how I set it up, right? You know, because if you like something so much, right, it'd be cool. To me, it'd be really interesting to see people expand their creativity or expand what they can create, right? Because every time I see people expand on what they can create, they're doing something else. It always motivates me to up my game on it. You know what I mean? You know, if I'm seeing people knit, I'm like, just makes me want to motivate me to just do it again, try again, right? You know, if they can do it, I can do this, right? You know, I I can grasp by some of those ideas, right? The concepts, the terminology, and stuff like that, right? You know, like I said, I know what casting on means in terms of knitting, right, and stuff like that. Some of that stuff you said. I mean, some of the other stuff you said in terms of technical names or terms. Some of them I didn't know, but hopefully in time I would learn, right? Know how to do it, right? Because maybe in time, maybe I can actually make it as a video, right? So that would allow me to create more content. That's even different, right? You know, from what I've shown in the past, because I haven't shown it before, because it'll be the first time me doing it, right? But I need to practice first, you know, have a prototype ready to go, and then hopefully in time I'll be so proficient at it that I can actually do it in a video and actually know what I'm talking about to a certain degree where, you know, actually know the lingo of said topic, whatever it is, right? Because, you know, for anyone that doesn't know, I've had background in editing before. That's why I know the terminology, right? I'm just trying to apply that interest in editing into other things, in other forms of creating. So not just in a digital kind of in the digital world, but in the real world too. Somewhere, you know, somewhere it's similar to what I said in the shorts that I made, right? Which was partially AI generated, by the way. The virtual environment, right? Where I said, you know, enjoy your when I said enjoy your second life, enjoy your the virtual environment, virtual world, right? But remember the real world too, right? So that's why I've been trying to not just do things like in the real world, but I'm also trying to bring in this editing side too, right? A little bit more, right? And I mean, I've gone into a little bit more detail behind it. I mean, this is not supposed to be an editing type of stream. I've done those streams in the past where I've explained stuff, right? But even since I've done streams about talking about it, I've learned a little bit more. I've tried out new things, right? Tried to apply them, show them on the channel in terms of as a final product, right? But these videos about editing where I break it down is to break down how I brought it together in the first place. How did I kind of put this together in the first place? And being able to explain something like that allows me to understand it better, right? Because if you can explain
Yep.
something to someone and they can reproduce that, that means you've explained it well enough that other people can start understanding it, right? I think because I've seen other videos out there about editing. I mean, I'll be incognito because frankly, I don't want my homepage to fill up with editing videos, right? I want to keep it within what I do on the channel. But when I look at some of the comment section while I'm watching some of these editing videos, tutorials or something like that, some people have had issues about following along, understanding, and stuff like that. Maybe it's about the terminology and stuff like that for whatever the reason is, right? So I'm trying to these technical terms that the editing videos show on tutorials or whatever, right? If you know the technical, I know the technical terms, what they say, this, that. I'm not gonna really go into this specifically, but I think when I show this again, I'm gonna try to explain in quote unquote layman's terms, but or with metaphors and analogies, so maybe other people can understand it, right? A little bit more in terms of why it's called this, but think about it like in terms of like let's say a book or something like that that more people can relate to, right? Because if you can understand it through an analogy or through a metaphor, you might be able to get a grasp of what it does or the benefits of doing something like that. If your application or app allows you to do it, right? Now, obviously, you'll see me specifically doing it in a certain app, but our apps may be able to do something similar, right? If it's available in that app, because it'll probably be under the same category name, for example, right? Because one comment section earlier, I haven't replied to her. She was actually in earlier on the stream, right? I'm talking about Lisa, not this Lisa, but a different one. I bet she gardens, right? And one of the things is she's starting to edit, right? And she's actually what I've seen in her videos and stuff like that. She's getting better at doing it, right? I mean, like and stuff like that. Like we were just talking about it for a little bit, right? And she kind of understands it. She's she hasn't dived into every little thing, but she was kind of interested in after seeing my video and hopefully trying to apply that what she's seen in videos or people explaining it into her own videos, right? That's the idea, right? You want to apply it to your own situation, right? It's just like the sewing, knitting, or whatever. You know, I don't want to make a teddy bear, but I do want to make something cool, like maybe a like 3-dimensional CR. It's not a teddy bear, but the concept should be very similar, right? It's just a different pattern. If that makes any sense, it's just a different
Yep.
pattern, but it's based on the same original concept or base of information, right? Because even on the editing videos tutorials I randomly watch about whatever it is, captions, for example, right? I'm just trying to apply it to my content, my stuff I do on the channel as much as possible, right? I'm not trying to copy what they did word for word, well, frame by frame, right? But I'm trying to adapt that knowledge in terms of can I apply it to the videos I'm doing now,
Right.
for example, right? That's why a lot of the time you're starting to see me add in certain things because I've been incorporating into the videos a little bit more, right? Because like, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. I mean, I learned how to. I've only been editing on the phone for 2 years. 2 years so far. I mean, like, but remember, I've learned how to edit on a desktop or a laptop for a while, even much longer, right? So I've known a lot of this lingo, right? I mean,
Right.
through the programs, right? But some of these programs haven't in the past that I've used and stuff like that don't do captions. Captions is one of these things that it's more specifically in an app on a phone, on a mobile device like a phone tablet, right? That you get either from the Google Play Store or from the App Store if you're using an iPhone, for example. If you're using Android, obviously it's from the Google Play Store. But so that was
Yeah.
new to me, right? So I had to learn a couple of things, right? That's why you never saw me adding it right away when I started using a phone to edit. I had to slowly get learn about it now. Now I'm starting to incorporate them in when possible, right? I've actually learned
Yeah.
even more beyond what the tutorials show out there, and some things that tutorials don't even show you that are
That's
very
cool.
useful to know. Yeah, that are very useful to know. Just because I came across this problem, it's like, uh, I don't need to add. Like, for example, I've learned how to, like, if there's, see, captions for editing in terms of like these auto captions, you see them on reels on Instagram or
They
maybe on the
screw up.
shorts on YouTube, right? You see these words while they're talking, right? It's to reinforce. So if you have the volume down lower, you can still read. Let's say you're deaf or something, hard of hearing, you can still read
But
the
they screw
text
up
that's on the
most of
screen.
the time.
No, but you know what I mean. You do see it though,
Yeah.
right? You do see it, right?
CR, I can't stay anymore. My battery's going to die. It's past 8%.
I don't even know where this comment came from, but whatever. I don't. I'm
Cool.
nosy enough
Yeah,
to.
yeah. I was gonna tell you. What does that have to do with our chat here?
No, it's fine. It's
But
fine.
I hope the
Okay.
next time that
Yeah.
we chat, I'll have at least some of my projects started. That's my goal.
Some parts just do what you can, right? I mean, like even some of these projects, I just keep making progress at it, right? Keep making progress forward, right? Like the book of Eli movie said, right? Prog progress, not perfection, right? Keep making progress forward, right? Perfection
I
is just
agree with
something that
that.
is just progress that you've gone so far in the progress it almost seems like perfection, right? From people on the outside looking in, right? But to you it's still progress forward, right? There's still something else you can still improve on, learn from, do, make improvements on and stuff like that, whatever it is.
Mm,
Yeah.
no, I agree with that. It's just when I'm in a lot of pain, I can't think. You know when
Yeah, I
you're in
get.
pain.
Yeah.
But I think I'm gonna try anyways, because it's better than just wishing away. And then if I could do just a little bit,
Withering away. Yeah. Yeah, because you,
I'll feel better.
yeah, like I said before, I mean, I think it changes your mood a bit, right? Because you start to focus in on something else, right? And at the end, when you have a finished project, you feel that completion, or because it's complete now, kind of deal. You've
Right.
from start to finish, you
And
get that. Yeah,
I tried with crocheting and knitting,
yeah.
and I was a little uncomfortable. So maybe if I do the cross stitch, I won't have to move my arms a lot, and I can get something fun done. Because I don't just want to sit on a couch all day. I want to enjoy life. And you inspired me. I really do. Really do want to do
Oh,
all this creativity now.
that that fills my core with so much joy right now.
But it's true because
That
just
that
sitting
that.
on my days off, because this
I
condition is
found the
never going to
meaning of
go.
life. I found no. I'm just kidding.
So maybe in a week I'll talk to you again. I'll contact you to show you what I made.
Okay. I look forward to that. Like
Yeah,
that.
I have different hours because of
No,
when we
that's okay.
have because
Yeah,
I
that's
get
okay.
the no, get this now. I get days off now. I never had days off before. Now I get days off at work. And with the holiday, I get reduced hours. No, I
Mm,
still get paid for the holiday. But then
yeah.
then on the days that I work, then I have to work less because you still have to work your regular week hours. You just don't have to come in as often because it counts for the day off as paid.
Uh, okay. Well, anyways,
So
since your battery's getting low here, you probably should actually charge it back up, and all that stuff should
yeah,
be
I
okay.
think it's at like 3% now.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. So.
This person that just commented, we're talking about crafting.
Yeah.
So chime in with
And then,
crafting.
yeah,
This isn't a political channel.
we're on the creative side. A little bit more
I
on
wish
this.
I could stay. I wish I
No,
could
it's all
stay,
good.
but
Well, yeah, because I don't think I'm gonna go that much longer because I gotta.
it's
I'm
almost
supposed to be.
3:30.
No, I gotta
It's
do a stream in like 12 hours again from now that I first scheduled. I gotta remember I could actually sleep.
all right.
I
Well,
wasn't
this
even
was
planning to
fun.
do such a late night stream, but yeah, I just got caught up and I had Sunflower join me, and I just, yeah. And it was, like I said, I'm just expressing this kind of stuff. And I don't usually talk about it in the static video or obviously in the shorts or reels. And some of my topics that I talk about in our live streams are more specific, but this was more open. So it gave me a chance to kind of express that out a little bit more. I'll probably go for like another 4 minutes, or I'll just go to the 4 hour mark. I should have enough stream yard time though, since I haven't used much. Well, I should actually, hopefully, hopefully, all that stuff. I mean, like I said, to, to, to all you content creators out there, right? Keep making keep making the content, right? Keep exploring that side of it as much as possible, right? You know, if you're making something for in terms of knowledge or entertainment or function or fashion, and stuff like that. Yeah, keep doing that kind of stuff, right? And learn from it too, right? Because in my opinion, in my honest opinion, many of us are able to create something out there for what it is, right? For what it is, right? You know, it doesn't always have to be this or that, and it could be just, you're good at creating a friendship or, whatever, right? So, not everyone edits, not everyone sews, not everyone crafts, not everyone gardens, not everyone knits, not everyone crochets, not everyone cooks. But you might be good at something like that, right? Maybe you cook and don't know how to sew. I know a few people like that. Okay, pretty good at cooking because they done it when they were learning about home ec or whatever. But you know, if I said something about something, they'll be like, I don't know, sir. But we could talk about cooking. I'm like, oh, food again, right? I'll probably have a late night snack before I hit the hay here, just because, yeah. So, like, always, everyone. I guess I can bring this back up here. Randomly, why not? Because, why not? Because I created this. Well, actually, yeah, I created this. Not totally from scratch, but somewhat from scratch. Right? Something I've shown this before, right? These are like basic elements that I just put together and add some text and stuff like that. And also this will loop if I allowed it. It's a 30-second clip. Yeah, I don't have it looping, but it would end in like 30 seconds, 20 seconds from now. Now, I appreciate these people that came by and my technical difficulties I had trying to actually originally starting the stream that I had to delete twice. For some reason, my mic wasn't working, so I had some technical issues, but I managed to get it back. Sometimes restarting the device, phone or whatever, tablet, whatever, can actually help. And hopefully, I will not have this issue again. Well, let's try to avoid that. Yeah. Avoid this technical issues at times whenever possible. Let's see. And like I said, I don't have the live chat replay available for this stream because I never selected it. So, like always, everyone, go do something awesome out there. With things changing out there, we can adapt to. Our skill and knowledge get better with practice, especially if you actually do it often, right? I know you can't help everyone out there, but try to help someone out there, right? And do what you can to be proactive, less reactive. Try to learn something new, even if it's the first time for you. Hey, I like how I made that rhyme. And that's the time to end this live. And that's my cue, segue, stage, exit stage left. Take care, everyone. Enjoy your day, night, wherever you are. Shout out to the replay gang. Thank you, Sunflower, for joining me on this as a panel member for a little bit. And all that stuff. Everyone on the side chat, all right? Take care. Virtual fist bump on the way out. And I'll catch you all next time. See you, everyone.